Chapter 286. Heaven and Earth Thrown. Li Lingtian's body was thrown into the distance before he fell heavily to the ground. He didn't have the slightest strength in his body, and his true essence was exhausted. His divine sense was also suppressed. Fuck, what is this place? He could no longer find the array altar here, nor did he know where it was because he was in a dense forest. The trees here were all 100 meters tall and extremely sturdy. They looked completely like they had been in ancient times. His divine sense could not extend too far. He could only use his eyes. At this moment, he was just an ordinary person. He smiled. Although he couldn't extend his divine sense too far, he could control his treasures. With a flick of his divine sense, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. After that, he threw the heaven-defying pill into his mouth, and the Zhan Yuan that had disappeared returned to his body. With Zhan Yuan, he could do some cruel things. There were 81 people here, but only one person could survive. No matter what, he had to face all the experts. There was only life and death here. There was no benevolence, righteousness, and morality. There was only slaughter. His body flashed as he carefully flew into the distance. No matter what, he had to find the direction first. Otherwise, he would not even know the direction and would not be able to return to the array altar. However, what shocked him was that he didn't know how big this place was. It was just like the hidden dragon island that he had adventured in the past. His body flashed as he quickly flew in a certain direction. After searching for a long time, he finally found a safe place to rest and plunged into a hidden cave. He began to cultivate. Although he did not have any injuries on his body, he had not carefully taken care of the battle with Ping Hao. Moreover, after being confined on the array altar, he did not know if his body had changed. If he could not completely control his body, he would not be able to feel at ease during the battle. After staying in the cave for half a day, a relieved look appeared on his face. He then called Xueqi out and carefully left the cave to look for an opponent. In this place, he had to kill the other party in order to have a chance to survive. Apart from the fact that his divine consciousness could not be extended too far, everything else was normal in this place. Li Lingtian had already made up his mind. Facing so many experts, he might as well search for treasures inside. Wouldn't he be treating himself as a fool if he wanted to court death? Since there was only one person who could come back alive, he would just have to protect himself. Thinking of this, he flew at a moderate speed. Whether he would die in this place or not, he had to find that array altar. Otherwise, he would not even be able to return to the array altar. Whoosh! The air trembled as a ray of light descended from the sky. The light was like a sun. Li Lingtian was taken aback. Although his divine consciousness could not extend too far, he could still tell a warrior's cultivation. The old man who attacked was a 6th-level martial emperor. He had a slim chance of survival. There was no reason to kill in this place because there was no reason to kill. If there was a reason, it would be to let him live. In fact, whether it was here or elsewhere, he killed people for the sake of his own survival. One don't know if he's dead or alive. Li Lingtian waved his hand and unleashed a tyrant's fist. It was a casual strike, but it carried the respect of a transcendent. Rumble! With a dull thud, the light and fist force vanished. Just as the two attacks vanished, a foot-long jade ruler appeared in Li Lingtian's hand. With a wave of the jade ruler, a dazzling light slashed out. With a muffled grunt, the dazzling light slashed fiercely on the old man's body. There was no suspense at all. The old man's eyes were filled with fear and then turned into ashes. A ray of multicolored light appeared between his brows and the elder fell to the ground unwillingly. Li Lingtian walked up to him step by step and retrieved a storage pouch from the elder before flying off into the distance without any hesitation. In the 10 days, Li Lingtian rested for half a day. He did not dare to stop for even a moment as he began to search for the 4 mountains. This place was extremely blurry, and only 4 mountains could be used as coordinates. On the 3rd day, Li Lingtian saw 4 mountains. Along the way, he had killed several martial emperors and a martial honor. He didn't want to waste time here. Rather than taking risks, he might as well study the array altar. After passing through the mountain, he safely returned to the array altar. There was no one on the array altar now. Li Lingtian slowly walked toward the array altar and scanned it with his divine consciousness. Currently, his divine consciousness could only extend 100 meters. It took him a full 10 minutes to finish sizing up the 1,000-meter-wide array altar. Originally, he could finish reading it with a single glance. However, he was not looking at this array altar now. Instead, he wanted to understand the array formation on it and think of a way to break this array altar. After a long time, Li Lingtian stood at the center of the array altar with a grave expression on his face. This array altar was the immortal spirit life exterminating god array. Only by destroying this array altar could they leave this place. He had been here for a few days, but he still did not know if he was above or below the sea. Divine Array Diagram, Sacrifice. Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness and cast the Divine Array Diagram. Then, he cast a series of magic arts and array formations of various sizes floated in the air. Seek. After an hour, Li Lingtian's expression turned grave as he cast the final incantation gesture. The spell landed on the array altar. Instantly, the array altar trembled and countless lights flashed. It was at this moment that all the light beams were hurled toward Li Lingtian. The light on the array altar was so fast that even with Li Lingtian's reflexes and speed, he could not dodge or block it in time. His entire body was thrown into the air before he landed on the array altar again. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The light continued, but it was not as terrifying. Li Lingtian felt depressed. He knew that this divine array could not be broken. He activated the divine dragon ring with his divine sense again. To his surprise, when the divine dragon ring was opened, an item in the ring moved. Although the movement was small, Li Lingtian noticed it. Moreover, the moment this item shook, the light on the array altar also trembled, as if they were sensing each other. Heaven-Earth Throne. Li Lingtian was shocked. This item was not bad. He had found it when he obtained the freezing meteorite and the 10 millennium frost iron. Under the array altar at the bottom of the sea, a peerless expert was suppressed. The expert had turned into a golden skeleton, a token, a divine spark, and the limitless feather coat. He could not refine this limitless feather coat at all. He had used countless methods, but he could not refine it. Even if he had used his blood essence, he still could not refine it. If he could refine this limitless feather coat, his defense would increase by a large margin. He would be able to withstand the attacks of experts below the 5th level of the Martial Emperor realm. He didn't expect that the token of the Heaven and Earth throne would move at this time. In the past, he also knew that this token was not simple. It should be the symbol of the king of some race. However, he did not associate it with this array altar. Noticing this situation, he used his divine sense and took out the token of the Heaven and Earth throne. Rather than calling it a token, it was more like the jade seal seen on television in his previous life, the jade seal used by the emperor. As soon as the Heaven and Earth throne appeared, the light on the array altar trembled even more violently. The Heaven and Earth throne also automatically emitted a faint light. The light was connected to each other. Crash! With a crashing sound, a 7-colored light appeared in the center of the array altar. The light was extremely gentle. Li Lingtian's body was engulfed by the light as he was teleported away in a strange manner. This feeling was completely different from the previous teleportations. At least, he did not feel dizzy at all. During the teleportation, the Heaven and Earth throne flew toward them. There was a trace of Li Lingtian's aura in the Heaven and Earth throne. The last time he obtained this, he had refined it after he returned, but he could not refine it either. He could not even erase the aura inside. He could only leave his aura inside. That way, at least he could easily grab it. With a single hand, the Heaven and Earth throne returned to his hand. After an unknown period of time, a cool breeze blew across his face. The 7-colored light in front of him disappeared, and a large hole appeared in front of him. Beneath his feet was an array altar that was flashing with light. The array altar was emitting a mysterious aura. At the edge of the array altar, 9 white-haired elders sat cross-legged. They did not move at all, just like statues. Li Lingtian was stunned when he saw this. The 9 old men were all filled with extremely dense wood-type spiritual energy. Without any true essence, they were like the source of wood-type spiritual energy. Just as they were wondering how to greet each other, the 9 old men opened their eyes at the same time. The 9 elders moved in unison without any prior order. They stood up at the same time and sized up Li Lingtian with a sharp gaze. Gradually, curiosity began to show in their eyes. How did you break the immortal spirit life god exterminating formation? The 9 old men asked at the same time. Their voices were uniform, as if they were talking to one person. Li Lingtian felt his scalp tingle. There were 9 of them, not just one. Why were their movements exactly the same? Do you recognize this? Li Lingtian's expression did not change at all, but his heart was in turmoil as he forced himself to remain calm. He didn't know how strong the other party was, but since he came here, he must have something to do with that array. Moreover, the 9 elders had spoken first. Looking at the 9 elders, it seemed like they hadn't spoken for a long time. Thinking about how he still had the heaven and earth throne in his hands, he took it out and slowly raised it. He looked at the 9 elders, wanting to see what changes they had. But what happened next made him confused. Lord Divine Lord. When the 9 elders saw the heaven and earth throne in Li Lingtian's hand, they were stunned for a moment before their faces were filled with fear. This fear was mixed with respect and love. As if they had seen their ancestors, the 9 of them knelt on one knee and did not dare to raise their heads. Chapter 287. Immortal Spirit Realm. Li Lingtian was stunned. Was the heaven and earth throne token that powerful? He really couldn't understand why the 9 old men would bow so respectfully. This is how I came in. Is there a problem? Looking at the 9 elders before him, Li Lingtian quickly calmed himself down. This place was still terrifying. The 9 Deaths Annihilation Array and the Immortal Spirit Life Annihilation Array were both there. He would be courting death if he stayed in this place. He had to think of a way to leave first. When these elders saw the appearance of this token, they must be afraid of the owner of this token. As he spoke, he waved the heaven and earth throne in his hand and smiled confidently. May I ask, young master, how did you meet the Divine Master? Young master must have a lot of things to understand. Young master, please come in. One of the white-haired elders had many questions in his mind when he saw Li Lingtian's expression. He then bowed to Li Lingtian and made an inviting gesture. Out of the 9 elders, 1 remained to guard the array altar while the other 8 led Li Lingtian into the distance. Along the way, Li Lingtian finally got to know the place better. The place was like an otherworldly paradise. The rich spirit chi was like a legendary paradise. There was no killing intent at all. There was laughter everywhere and even some demonic beasts were eating grass. Li Lingtian was speechless. As they walked, the 8 white-haired elders introduced the place. This place was the Immortal Spirit Realm, which was also the legendary fairy clan. The 9 elders were also the guardian priests of this generation. Even their names were strange. They were called Spirit 1, Spirit 2, and the youngest was called Spirit 9. Soon, the 8 elders brought Li Lingtian to a palace. The palace was built with trees and the trees were alive. It was filled with colorful flowers and flowers. Countless fairies lived around the palace, and the entire city of fairies was as big as the city of heavenly dragons. However, there were not many people inside. Moreover, these buildings were all made of trees. The spiritual chi inside was also very dense and the aura was incomparably fresh. He had finally seen the real elves. There were big elves and small elves. The small elves were only the size of a baby, and the other elves were no different from humans. The only difference was that these elves were all handsome, and the female elves were extremely beautiful. The arrival of an outsider like Li Lingtian was a novel sight to behold. Young master, please. Spirit 1 called Li Lingtian over to the seat that symbolized the throne in the palace. Finally, The rest of them retreated and sat on the seats on both sides. He looked expectant. He wanted to know where the God Lord of the elf clan had gone. For countless years, there had been no news or whereabouts of the God Lord. I don't know who plotted against the Divine Master. About a year ago, one entered the bottom of a sea. A heavenly frost meteorite weighing billions of kilograms was suppressing an array altar. There was a shocking divine chi under the array altar. When one entered, I found the remains of the God Lord. This token also flew into my hands, along with the God Lord's limitless feather coat and the God Lord's remains. I didn't want the God Lord's remains to sink into the sea, so I brought them back. I'll take care of it, Li Lingtian said calmly. He then activated the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness and a golden skeleton appeared in the palace. Upon hearing Li Lingtian's words, the elders' expressions changed drastically. They did not expect that the Divine Master's disappearance countless years ago was a plot. If young Master hadn't activated the array altar, the God Lord would have disappeared into the sea forever. Looking at the golden skeleton that appeared in the sky, Spirit One pointed with one hand and cast a spell. The golden skeleton appeared deep in the mountains, and immediately, the golden skeleton emitted a shocking divine chi with a trace of pure spiritual chi. Spirit One nodded, and the other 7 old men knelt down and kowtowed to the golden skeleton respectfully. Lord Divine Master. The 8 elders revealed a trace of sorrow on their faces. The only God Lord of the fairy clan had actually been plotted against. Since young Master is able to meet the God Lord, it is also an opportunity for young Master and the God Lord. There is a destiny. The throne of heaven and earth is in young Master's hands, so we can rest assured. In the future, the elves will unite and find the person who harmed the God Lord. Please rest first, young Master. With the appearance of young Master, Her Highness will not fall asleep. Following that, Spirit One roughly explained everything about the immortal spirit realm to Li Lingtian. When he saw Li Lingtian's tired face, he left with his men. Li Lingtian was left alone in the palace with a puzzled look on his face. Spirit One had said that this palace was where the Divine Master lived, and there was a side hall behind it. What princess? Li Lingtian was puzzled. He had come to this place for no reason. A golden skeleton was the God Lord, and there was a princess in deep sleep. Wasn't this a legendary story? The elves were interesting, but leaving was also a problem. He had to think of a way to protect himself first. Thinking of this, he walked towards the back. Although this place was a palace, according to Spirit One, this place was also where the God Lord lived. Behind them was the bedroom. The elves all worshipped nature, and the place they lived in was also filled with flowers and spiritual energy. Li Lingtian left the palace and went to the back. Everything that appeared before his eyes mesmerized him. The colorful sunlight made this place look like a fairyland. Inside was a huge restriction. When Li Lingtian arrived, the heaven and earth throne in his hand emitted a faint glow. The glow complemented the restriction here. A gap appeared in the restriction, and Li Lingtian easily walked in without any hesitation. Inside, it was exactly the same as the rooms that humans lived in. However, all the buildings and trees here were alive. He sized it up. Other than the dense spiritual energy, there was nothing else. It was simple and exquisite. He sat cross-legged and organized the information he had obtained today. This place was the immortal spirit realm, which was also the place of the elves. Moreover, the skeleton he met was also the king of the elves here. He was called the God Lord and was naturally powerful in the past. Moreover, that Divine Master was the existence who had researched the immortal spirit life God exterminating array, so he felt a trace of admiration in his heart. A powerhouse with a divine persona was naturally not a human. They were already infinitely close to a true god. He had the Godhead, the heaven and earth throne, and the limitless feather coat. Although these elders did not seem to have any ill intentions, he had to be wary of them. Then, he began to cultivate and restore his true essence to its peak state. The spiritual energy here was rich, and he was in a good mood. A day passed by just like that. Li Lingtian meditated for a day and his spirit was restored. Early the next morning, Spirit One and the others came over and waited in the palace for a while before Li Lingtian came out. Greetings, young master. Spirit One and the other 8 elders bowed respectfully. Li Lingtian noticed that Spirit 9, who was originally guarding the place, had also come over. Young master, there are still 16 people left from the last time. Do you think we should eliminate them all? Moreover, only one person can survive in this immortal spiritual life exterminating formation. Spirit One told them about what had happened outside. It had only been 4 days, but there were only 16 people left. One could imagine how intense the battle outside was. There's no hurry. Let's settle our own matters first. Li Lingtian waved his hand as he exuded the aura of a superior. He was born with such an aura as he had cultivated a few divine codex techniques, true dragon chi, and the reincarnation of the 9 young Saint Lord. Naturally, his every move carried the aura of a superior. The few elders below all had faint smiles on their faces. He was a natural-born powerhouse. His aura and actions carried a unique temperament. Although the young man in front of him was not an elf, his elegant and unrestrained temperament and delicate appearance were not inferior to that of an elf man. Young master, you can make the decision. This is the first time young master has come to the immortal spirit realm, so there are many things that you don't know. This subordinate will tell young master about the situation in the immortal spirit realm. Spirit One nodded. As the high priest, his status was naturally not ordinary. He was still a little worried about this young master whom he had just met for a day. It was not about his identity, but mainly about how he handled things. If he did not do well, it would bring destruction to the elf race. There are 103,800 members in the fairy clan. There are 1,000 guards and 9 priests. No one can cultivate without the orders of the God Lord. Even the princess can't cultivate. However, the princess only wakes up for a month every 10,000 years. Spirit One explained the current situation of the elves. As for the past, he didn't want to talk about it because the elves didn't participate in the war between races. He had always been isolated from the world and lived in the mountains with rich spiritual energy. Your Highness. Li Lingtian listened attentively as he was shocked. The elves did not cultivate, but the Master God's cultivation had reached such a terrifying level. Moreover, the formation that came out was also earth-shattering. It was known as the 10 Great Ancient Divine Formations. Such a formation was not for attack. Otherwise, in terms of magic, this formation could also be called a taboo formation. However, he had heard Spirit mention the princess a few times, but he had never understood it. He also wanted to know what the legendary elven princess looked like. The princess is the daughter of the Divine Master. The ancestral teachings say that before the God Lord disappeared, he used a mysterious taboo. Every 10,000 years, the princess would only wake up for a month. At that time, the princess was only 7 years old. Now, who knows how many tens of thousands of years have passed, but the princess still wakes up every 10,000 years. But we haven't entered the place where the princess is currently living because we only have a lifespan of about 500 years. When Spirit One spoke of the ancestral teachings, his face was filled with sincerity, and so were the other elders. The ancestral teachings of the elves were naturally the descendants of the God Lord or the people around the God Lord. Priests came one after another. Living in such a rich spiritual energy, as long as there were no accidents, it was normal for one to reach 500 years old. Chapter 288. The Elven Princess. Then bring me there. I'll see if one can remove the princess's restriction. Li Lingtian looked at Spirit One and the others. It was impossible for him to leave like this. That's great. Spirit One and the others were elated. The princess was the only descendant of the Master God. In the past, she would wake up for a month every 10,000 years. This was definitely a cruel thing for an elf, let alone a beautiful elf princess. Now that the young master had appeared, he hoped that he could break the seal in the princess' body. The princess was the descendant of the Divine Master, and the young master was also the successor of the Divine Master. The two of them were also senior siblings. In this way, the princess would not feel lonely in the future. Although the elves had 100,000 elves, a princess was still a princess. With her status here, she could not play with these elves every day. With that, he led Li Lingtian to a passageway beside the palace. This time, Li Lingtian was puzzled. In the immortal spirit realm, there was a fairyland everywhere. The place where the elves lived was also filled with birds and flowers. However, the place they were entering now was a heavily guarded stone door. Behind the stone door was an ice palace, a small ice palace. This ice palace was not formed naturally, but was made of mysterious ice crystals. Furthermore, there were countless divine formations on top of the ice palace, which kept the ice palace from breaking down. Those who entered would be able to stop time. Spirit One and the others stopped when Li Lingtian was brought to the stone door. They bowed respectfully toward the ice palace. Young master, this is the only place we can send you. The princess's bedroom is inside. Once you enter, time will not stop for a day. Young master, please calculate the time. If you can't remove the princess seal, young master will come out this morning. Ling Qi spoke for the first time. He had been guarding the ice palace for the longest time, so he naturally knew what was going on. The fact that the princess had only been awake for a month in 10,000 years was already enough to make the elves grieve. If the young master was imprisoned for 10,000 years, then the elves would not be able to make up for the losses. All right, you can go back. One know what to do. Li Lingtian's expression was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. If he was not careful, he would be imprisoned for 10,000 years. Who knew what would happen after 10,000 years? However, at the very least he would lose a lot. The things he lost would make him suffer for eternity. There were still many things that he had not dealt with. Shun Mei Yun Yao Yao, Tang Qingyue, Tang Ziming, and his family. After saying that, he waved his hand and walked towards the ice palace. After entering the stone door closed again, but there was an hourglass-like thing on the stone door. Li Lingtian stood in front of the stone door and observed for a while. Based on his heartbeat, he calculated the speed of the hourglass. This hourglass was used to calculate time. Looking at the sand had completely disappeared, which meant that there were only 24 hours in a day. Sigh, it depends on luck. 1 foot 11 inches, either be imprisoned for 10,000 years or return safely. Li Lingtian sighed in his heart. The moment he arrived at this sea area was the start of his misfortune. He was hunted down by Ping Hao and now he had to enter this place. After going through the 9 deadly slaughter formation and breaking the immortal spirit life slaughter formation, he had finally arrived at the ice palace where time could stop. He walked into the ice palace step by step. There were only 3 rooms and 1 main hall. Everything inside was extremely exquisite, but it was crystal clear. All the items were forged from ice crystals. The ice palace wasn't as cold as he had imagined, it was just like spring. When they entered the ice palace, they saw an ice sculpture in the main hall. The ice sculpture was of a 14 or 15-year-old beautiful woman. Although he was in the ice sculpture, he finally understood what it meant to be truly beautiful. The young girl's body was perfect without the slightest flaw, and her small face was as exquisite as a sculpture. This was the masterpiece of the heavens, the daughter of the God Lord, the darling of the heavens and earth. However, he discovered that there was a faint smile on this young lady's face. Her smile had also been sealed by the ice sculpture for eternity. A rainbow-colored garland was on her head, and she was wearing a layer of light clothes. Her exquisite and delicate body made one's blood boil. This is the elven princess, the beloved of heaven and earth. She has gathered all the beauties in the world. Li Lingtian could not help but praise the princess ice sculpture. Tang Ziming and the others were all peerlessly beautiful, but each of them had a different aura. This young girl had an otherworldly temperament. She was as noble as a goddess and had a mischievous smile like an elf. Tang Ziming and the others were as beautiful as the elven princess, but their auras were different. The beauties in this world were all perfect, but the feeling they gave people was different. Subsequently, Li Lingtian unleashed his ice soul martial soul to calm himself down so that he would not be affected by the young lady. After calming down, Li Lingtian examined the ice sculpture carefully but found nothing. Then, he started to examine the ice palace, carefully examining every inch of it. This ice palace was a treasure, and it was a whole. It couldn't be broken. Moreover, if he were to carelessly mess with the array here, the consequences would be unimaginable. As a super array master, these basic mistakes would not be made. Imprisonment formation, fusion yang formation, heaven and earth samsara formation, yin yang wind cloud formation. 5 hours passed and Li Lingtian's expression grew more and more solemn. During this period of time, he had finally finished sizing up the ice palace and had also found all the 49 spirit arrays. He didn't expect the ice palace to have 49 formations, each of which was above the sky level. There were also a few god formations. Li Lingtian's heart sank when he saw all this. Moreover, 7 of these formations were related to the princess. If he wanted to remove the seal on the princess, he had to first remove the 7 formations. Moreover, he had to find a way to remove the seal on the princess before that. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he carefully made contact with the young lady in the ice sculpture. A powerful divine consciousness bounced over and Li Lingtian was shocked. He used the eye of the divine soul to protect his sea of consciousness and extended his divine sense out again. Soon, his divine sense passed through the ice sculpture and entered the girl's body. After helping Yun Yao Yao expel the cold air previously, he was naturally very familiar with removing the seal on the girl in front of him. It was just that this girl's body was sealed by the God Lord. His strength was too weak, and he could not afford to be careless at all. If he did not do well, he would suffer a backlash, and this girl might never wake up. It really is the Almighty's restriction. Li Lingtian was in the young lady's meridians as he continuously used his true essence to comb through them. The young lady appeared to be in a deep sleep, but she was conscious. She felt like she was in a dream when she saw Li Lingtian's divine consciousness. She watched Li Lingtian busy himself in her dream and looked at him curiously. "Who are you?" The young lady looked at Li Lingtian and asked curiously. "I am the successor of the God Lord. You are in the dream realm. Do you want to wake up forever?" Li Lingtian looked at the young lady with his divine perception. His expression was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. This young lady was the princess from the ice sculpture. However, the one in the ice sculpture was not as real as the one in front of him. The girl in front of him was extremely beautiful, a real elven princess. Her head was still garland, and she was still wearing a layer of light clothes. The smile on her face came alive, and she held her chin as she looked at him, forming a beautiful scenery between heaven and earth. "You are my father's successor. Have you seen my father before?" The young girl was surprised. Even if she was surprised, she was still peerlessly beautiful. Her every move carried charm and grace. "Yes." Li Lingtian gave a soft hum as he spoke to the girl. He released another wisp of his divine consciousness and began searching for the seal in the girl's body. He didn't dare to talk about the God Lord because he was worried that the girl would be agitated after hearing the news of her father's death. In this kind of divine sense dream, if something went wrong, the two of them wouldn't die. "Can you wake me up forever?" "Big brother, did royal father send you here?" Upon hearing Li Lingtian's words and seeing how busy he was, the young lady did not dare to ask further. She simply asked out of curiosity. "Of course, but you have to cooperate. Otherwise, the two of us will never wake up," Li Lingtian said calmly. His divine consciousness had finally found a seal and it shocked him. It was actually an eternal sealing array. In other words, it was impossible to remove it without a God Lord's technique. This eternal seal was an endless cycle of reincarnation. He carefully attached his divine sense to the seal, but when his divine sense came into contact with the seal, it was as if he had been struck by lightning and his divine sense was shattered. Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood as well. The divine consciousness he had obtained from the young lady was also in extreme pain as he quickly retreated. Big brother, big brother." The young lady was shocked when she saw Li Lingtian's painful disappearance. She kept shouting, but Li Lingtian had already exited her dream and disappeared from her sight. In reality, Li Lingtian's lips were stained with blood, his face was pale and weak, and his divine consciousness was damaged. This was more terrifying than anything else. Although this thread of divine sense was only 1/10 of his, it was still a heavy loss. A martial artist's divine sense and cultivation were directly proportional. Even if there was an extra sliver of divine sense, it was also heaven-defying. The loss of Li Lingtian's divine consciousness could be said to be disastrous. What a terrifying seal! Li Lingtian walked out and looked at the hourglass. There was not much time left. If he did not get out quickly, he would be stuck inside forever. Try again. His sea of consciousness was in extreme pain from the loss of his soul consciousness. His face was pale, but he could still try again. However, this time he had made up his mind. He could try using the throne of heaven and earth or the Godhead. If neither of these two things could remove it, he would be helpless. Unless he truly fused with this Godhead, he would not be able to break this seal. This was because the eternal formation could only be broken by the user. Even the most powerful mighty figure would not be able to break this eternal formation. Thinking of this, his consciousness moved and entered the girl's meridians again. Then, his consciousness entered the sea of consciousness and arrived in front of the girl's dream. Chapter 289, GE. Big brother, you're back. What happened to you just now? The young lady smiled happily when she saw Li Lingtian's figure reappear. However, she asked in confusion when she saw the bloodstains on Li Lingtian's face and mouth. What happened just now was beyond her imagination. However, it seemed that she was definitely injured. I'm fine. I encountered a little problem. Li Lingtian smiled with a harmless look on his face. Following that, Li Lingtian communicated with the girl's dream world divine consciousness while using his divine consciousness to cast the heaven and earth throne. However, the heaven and earth throne was of no use. He then took out the Godhead, but it did not react at all. Li Lingtian looked helpless when he saw this. Heaven-earth throne. In the end, he had no choice but to use the heaven and earth throne and the Godhead together. To his surprise, the Godhead actually entered his body. Right now, he was only a consciousness body. His consciousness had fused with the divine persona. The heaven and earth throne couldn't help but emit a mysterious light. This light carried a holy and supreme majesty. When Li Lingtian saw this, the Godhead in his body began to spin as well. The light from the heaven and earth throne shone toward the seal. With a soft sound, Li Lingtian's divine consciousness communication with the girl vanished. The light on the throne of heaven and earth kept flashing, and the girl's face revealed a confused and painful expression. After an unknown period of time, the Godhead stopped and the radiance on the heaven and earth throne disappeared. Li Lingtian's divine consciousness then withdrew. What shocked him was that his divine sense, which was originally in the girl's body, had also entered the girl's sea of consciousness. However, the Godhead and the heaven and earth throne were actually spinning in his body and dantian. Furthermore, the divine spark gradually rose and arrived in the upper dantian. A human had 3 dantians, the upper, middle, and lower dantians. However, most martial artists cared about the lower dantian. This was because after refining true essence, true qi, and various powerful treasures, they would be stored in the lower dantian. The upper dantian was between the eyebrows, and the middle dantian was at the shanzhong acupoint. Very few martial artists paid attention to the middle dantian. Li Lingtian's upper dantian had the eye of the divine soul. Now he had a divinity. He did not expect that the divine spark would fuse with him just like that. Although it did not fuse with him, there was no rejection at all. After withdrawing his divine sense, he looked at the ice sculpture without hesitation. The young girl in the ice sculpture seemed to be waking up, and the ice sculpture gradually disappeared. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the ice sculpture loosened. The young girl seemed to have just woken up. Her limbs moved slightly, and her intelligent eyes moved. She curiously looked at the young man sitting cross-legged opposite her. Li Lingtian also noticed that the girl's eyes had a hint of color and she looked extremely charming. Big brother, one think I've seen you before. The young lady in the ice sculpture woke up and walked down the stairs. She sized up Li Lingtian carefully. Li Lingtian's clothes and appearance were different from the elves. She had never seen such a young man before. However, he gave off a very comfortable feeling. Moreover, this young man gave him a familiar feeling. Of course, I just entered your dream. Hurry up, let's get out first, or we'll be stuck in there forever. Li Lingtian's expression changed drastically because there was only a little bit left in the hourglass. If he were to calculate the time, it would only be a few dozen seconds. After saying that, he reached out and pulled the young girl, and they ran outside. He didn't care about the girl's surprise at all. A hint of blush and shyness flashed across her face, but this shyness disappeared in a flash. The little girl didn't have any feelings for this. She also felt that this big brother was very familiar with her and didn't reject her. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as he left the ice palace, the last bit of sand in the hourglass disappeared, and the ice palace fell silent. Li Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the situation. They were finally out. If he was not careful, he would have been left inside. Big brother, has it been 10,000 years? The young lady looked at Li Lingtian. Until now, she was still unaware that Li Lingtian had removed her seal. She thought that 10,000 years had passed. Moreover, although she had only run a little far just now, her little face was already red. How could a person who had never cultivated withstand such torment? Your Highness. Spirit One and the rest had been waiting there. The anxiety on their faces had turned into joy. If Li Lingtian really could not come out, they would have to wait another 10,000 years. Now, they saw Li Lingtian come out on time with a young lady. Although they had never seen the young lady before, they knew that she was the princess. Moreover, this girl was also an elf among elves. If the princess followed the young master out before 10,000 years had passed, the young master must have unsealed the princess. Why are you guys here? Where are they? The young girl looked at the 9 elders in confusion. The people she saw last time weren't these people at all. However, these 9 people were the same as the last time. They were all extremely respectful when they saw him. Your Highness, it has been 4,000 years. The previous priests have passed away. Spirit One explained respectfully. It had been 4,000 years. Who knew how many priests had changed in the process? The 9 of them then saluted Li Lingtian with gratitude in their hearts. The princess was finally rescued. Big brother, is what they said true? The young lady did not bother with Ling Yi and the rest. Instead, she was talking to Li Lingtian. Even though these people were also elves, she did not feel as familiar with them as this big brother. This was normal since she had met Li Lingtian in her consciousness. She had even spoken to him many times and witnessed him getting injured while trying to save her. In her subconscious, this big brother was her real family. Although she was called a princess by these old men, this was the first time someone had appeared in her consciousness. Not bad. Li Lingtian nodded while Spirit One and the rest were speechless. The princess only acknowledged the young master. Nevertheless, it was not a big deal. Li Lingtian had saved her and was naturally the one who was most familiar with her. Regardless, the princess and the young master had come out safely. Ge was the name of the elf princess. Very few people in the elf clan had heard of this name. This was because the princess only woke up for a month every 10,000 years. In other words, the elves could only see the princess once in 10,000 years. Your Highness, young master, you must be tired. Please return to the palace to rest. We will take our leave first. Seeing the princess and the young master's expressions, Spirit One felt that it was unnecessary for them to stay here, so they might as well leave first. During this period of time, call the remaining 16 people in. This young master will see who stays. Li Lingtian waved his hand. With this young lady by his side, he was much safer. After the 9 elders left, Li Lingtian and the young lady returned to the palace. The young lady recollected her memories for a while and found the place familiar. Every 10,000 years, the girl would only wake up for a month. According to Spirit One, The Master God was sealed when the princess was 7 years old. The girl was already 14 or 15 years old, which meant that she had been sealed for nearly 1,000,000 years. In 1,000,000 years, she had only grown by 7 or 8 years. This place was like this every 10,000 years. Every month, they would only spend 20 days here, and on the last day, they would have to enter the ice palace. Big brother, I'm Ge. What's yours? The young lady uttered her name before she pulled Li Lingtian toward the bedroom behind the palace. There were 2 bedrooms, one for the divine master and the other for the princess. Li Lingtian looked at the young lady's expression, which was no different from a child's. His thoughts had gone astray. However, it was interesting to hear this name. Ge was suitable for this young girl. She was innocent and innocent, an elf princess. Ge had never left the immortal spirit realm before, let alone let the outside world know his thoughts. Here, all the fairies were in harmony and there was no fighting at all. Ge was even more so. Looking at Ge's bedchamber, it was filled with flowers. A girl's place was beautiful. Me. I'm Li Lingtian from the outside world. Li Lingtian said with a smile. Although he had only spent a short time with this young lady, he felt a sense of familiarity. Furthermore, this young lady gave him a sense of harmony and quietness without any worries. In his previous life, he had been busy and had been influenced and corrupted by materialistic desires. In this life, he had been influenced by the strong. He had never stopped. He had been working hard and had neglected some beautiful things. However, when he was with this young girl, he found a rare time. This kind of beautiful time was something that one could not get back after passing by. There was no conflict of interest in his heart, no desire to kill. After that, Li Lingtian and Ge played in her world for a long time before Li Lingtian could not help but spill the beans about the Divine Master. Tears rolled down Ge's face. In her memory, there was only her father. However, her father disappeared in the end. For millions of years, every time she woke up, she wanted to see her father. It was the same this time, but her big brother actually said that her father had fallen. How could she take such a blow? Ge, listen to Big Brother. When Big Brother's strength increases, he will kill the people who plotted against the God Lord. Li Lingtian gently hugged Ge as he spoke softly. He reached out to wipe the tears off his face. After a long time, Ge finally stopped crying, her delicate body sobbing softly. Big brother, one want to cultivate too. Can you teach me? Li Lingtian did not expect Ge to be cultivating as well. He was stunned as he looked at Ge seriously. He was worried that this innocent girl would have murderous intentions. If that happened, he would be in trouble. The princess of the elf clan had an extremely noble status. Such a young girl was simply unique in the world. He looked at Ge seriously and didn't say anything. Chapter 290. The Last Wish. If it was really for revenge, he would definitely not let this girl be destroyed in his hands. The elves had their own lives and could not live in hatred. Ge dispelled the worry in his heart, but another worry appeared. Big brother, Ge isn't going to take revenge. You are enough for father's matter. But Ge wants to go out to play too. Can you bring me along? When Ge saw Li Lingtian looking at her, she was reminded of Li Lingtian's worries. She quickly voiced out her concerns. In fact, her father had fallen and it was impossible for her to seek revenge on her own. She had her big brother to take revenge, so she didn't have to worry about it. However, she also wanted to go out and see the outside world. It would have been fine if she did not mention it, but after she did, Li Lingtian's face showed fear. With such a beautiful elven princess with him, it was impossible for him to keep a low profile. There was no one in the world who would not be tempted by such a girl. Moreover, humans love to capture elves as playthings. If he were to bring such a young girl along, not only would it be inconvenient, but it would also be very dangerous. No, this won't do. If I bring you out, there will be a lot of trouble. Don't bring this up again. Rest first. I'm going back. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he quickly left. He could not afford to provoke Ge so easily. If it was in his previous life, he would definitely be stunned if he met such a peerless elf. However, he felt afraid now. There were many girls around him, and he already felt ashamed. Moreover, this little girl was a source of trouble, an absolute source of trouble. Now that trouble had arisen, he must not cause any more trouble. Big brother, come back. Seeing Li Lingtian's pathetic state, Ge's face immediately blossomed into a smile. By the time she called out, Li Lingtian had already left. He quickly returned to his bedchamber and sat cross-legged. He began meditating to calm his mind. Eye of the Divine Soul, activate. Li Lingtian sat cross-legged and activated the Eye of the Divine Soul. He did not have a cultivation method for his divine consciousness, so the only thing he could do was to cultivate the Eye of the Divine Soul, which was the most common form of cultivation. It was to consume one's divine sense and then strengthen it after recovery. This kind of cultivation was tested and tested. This time, in order to remove Ge's seal, his divine sense had been damaged. If not for the Eye of the Divine Soul, he would have become an idiot. The loss of spiritual awareness could not be compared to cultivation. Cultivation could still be cultivated, but the loss of spiritual awareness was not so simple. A bit of cultivation could be recovered in a few days, but the consumption of spiritual sense would take months or even forever. Hey! 2 hours later, Li Lingtian opened his eyes and sighed softly. He had suffered a great loss this time. There was no one in this place with divine sense. Otherwise, if he met an opponent and devoured the opponent's divine sense, he could quickly recover his divine sense. Even though a martial emperor or a martial venerable's consciousness was powerful, after he devoured and refined it, it was only at the level of a martial king. If he wanted to strengthen his consciousness, he would have to continuously absorb and devour the consciousness of more experts. A day passed and the next morning, Ge was waiting outside Li Lingtian's bedroom. When she saw Li Lingtian coming out, her face lit up with joy. In the past, when he woke up, he was still alone. Because of the previous priests, he did not play with other elves. But now, she had a big brother, and the priests below did not object. Although she did not know what was going on, she could sense the thoughts of the priests. Because her big brother was the successor of her father, he was also her family. His status was the same as hers, so they did not object. Big brother, you're slacking off again. Ge woke up early. This is for you. When Ge saw Li Lingtian, he stepped forward to hold his hand and said happily. His voice was like a heavenly voice, pure and sweet. A fresh flower with 3 colored petals appeared in front of him. A faint fragrance entered his nose, instantly making him feel refreshed. Li Lingtian noticed that there was still a trace of water on Ge's body and a fallen leaf on her clothes. He knew that the young lady had gone into the forest in the morning. With a smile on his face, he reached out and removed the fallen leaves from her clothes. 3-colored flower. Not bad. Li Lingtian smiled as he took the flower from Ge's hand. He then turned around to look at Spirit One and the rest who had arrived at the palace. Greetings, young master. Greetings, your highness. The 9 of them bowed respectfully before taking their seats according to their status. Li Lingtian did not put on any airs and took the seat in the center while Ge stood beside him. Spirit One and the others didn't say anything when they saw this because they had seen the two's actions just now. It was obvious that they weren't unfamiliar with each other. The 2 of them had the same status, so it was fine as long as the princess was happy. Where are those people? Li Lingtian went straight to the point. Initially, he wanted to wait for a few days, but his divine consciousness could not recover without the divine consciousness of the powerhouses. Hence, he had to devour the powerhouse's divine consciousness. Young master, they have been imprisoned on the array altar. Ling Jiu spoke. He was usually the one guarding the array altar, so he was naturally the most aware of the situation outside. You guys stay here. I'll go out for a while. Li Lingtian stood up and was about to walk out, but Ge wanted to follow. I want to go too. Ge tugged at Li Lingtian. He was not like this in the past, but now that he finally had a relative, he naturally had to act coquettishly. This subordinate will bring young master there. This way, it will be easier to activate the array altar. Ling Jiu glanced at the other elders. Seeing that there was no objection, he stood up and led Li Lingtian to the array altar. Li Lingtian had no choice but to let Ge tag along. With the protection of the array altar and the fairy realm being the fairy clan's most important place, these powerhouses could not resist at all. Very quickly, the three of them arrived at the array altar. Ling Jiu waved his hand and several spells were cast, activating the array altar once again. Li Lingtian was curious. They did not have any cultivation, yet they were so proficient in controlling spirit chi. The fairy clan was truly blessed by the heavens. Young master, princess, be careful. 1 foot 11 inches stay here to control the core of the formation. Ling Jiu said earnestly before he left the array altar. He activated the last incantation gesture and Li Lingtian and Ge entered the teleportation. On the array altar, there were a total of 16 martial artists. Moreover, these martial artists were all super experts. The weakest one was a young man at the first level of the martial honored realm. 16 people had returned to the array altar in 6 to 7 days. The other experts had all been killed. However, they could no longer move after arriving at the array altar. Sigh, within 100 years, I've become a martial honor from a martial apprentice. I didn't expect that I would be in such a desperate situation for the inner core of a 6th-tier demonic beast. You've been by my side for 100 years of cultivation. I don't regret it at all because of you. Now we can die together. Yi Feng thought in his heart. His expression was dull. He had been here for almost 5 years. His originally lonely personality had become even more lonely. For the past 100 years, he had been cultivating non-stop for the sake of a woman. He hoped that one day, when he reached the rank of martial honor, he could save this woman he loved. Seconds passed, and 2 days passed. There was no change on the array altar during these 2 days. At this moment, a faint sound rang out from the array altar. Rays of light flashed, followed by a huge beam of light. After the light pillar disappeared, a peerless couple appeared. The young man looked like he was 18 years old. He was handsome and elegant, like a god. Beside him was a 14 or 15-year-old girl. The appearance of this girl stunned everyone. They had never thought that there would be such a beautiful and charming girl in this world. The young girl held the young man's hand with a charming smile on her face. The 16 powerhouses were puzzled when they saw Li Lingtian. It was as if they had seen him somewhere before. However, they quickly recalled that this young man had also arrived here a few days ago. He had also been imprisoned and disappeared in the end. He had not become the person who controlled their lives now. I'll give you a chance to survive. Tell me your last wish. The smile on Li Lingtian's face grew wider. However, in the eyes of the 16 powerhouses, it was a devilish smile. With that, he waved his hand and 16 jade slips flew out. The blank jade slips allowed these experts to state their final wishes. Ge watched Li Lingtian's miraculous movements and felt envious. However, he did not say anything and stood obediently by Li Lingtian's side. Soon, the 16 jade slips returned to Li Lingtian and his divine consciousness entered the jade slips. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to do anything for you. If you spare my life, I'll give you all the treasures. I have an old family and a young family. I have a magical treasure. If you let me go, this treasure will kneel to you. My only wish is to leave this place. Li Lingtian looked at the message in each jade slip. The wishes stated were the same. They all wanted to leave this place safely. However, when he saw the last jade slip, his expression froze. My greatest wish is to save Lan Ping, but I don't think one can do that. As Li Lingtian looked at the jade slip, his heart shuddered. This person was actually thinking of someone else at a time like this and did not care about his own safety at all. From his tone, it was obvious that he was doing it for a girl, a strong person. To think of that girl at the last moment, this girl must have occupied his life and was also the motivation for his cultivation. Ge, close your eyes. Li Lingtian had already made up his mind. He then told Ge to close his eyes so that she would not see him when he made his move. Ge had never seen anyone kill before. Moreover, he was going to kill 16 experts at once. He naturally didn't want to leave a shadow in Ge's heart. After Li Lingtian spoke, the 16 powerhouses' faces were filled with fear because they could clearly sense that the young man was about to make a move. However, they did not realize that Li Lingtian was scanning them with his eyes. Chapter 291. Yi Feng. The young man with the wooden expression was still very calm. It was Li Lingtian's first time seeing someone who could do this in the face of death. It seemed like this young man had quite a lot of stories to tell. Upon hearing Li Lingtian's words, Ge did not go against him. He closed his eyes and did not look at the humans on the array altar. A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face. With a flick of his divine consciousness, a 3-petaled exquisite lotus flower appeared between his brows and a beam of light was directed at one of the powerhouses. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a cold ice flame pressed down on this expert. In an instant, the icy flame wrapped around this expert, and his divine sense quickly attacked. Suppressed by the array formation, not a single sound could be heard. In an instant, the powerhouse who was being attacked was incinerated by the icy frost flame and his divine consciousness was devoured by Li Lingtian. Following that, Li Lingtian could not eliminate these powerhouses in sequence. Under such a fear of death, countless powerhouses had long since lost their minds. The young man was the only one who did not show any change in his expression. After 6 of them were erased, Li Lingtian's eyes revealed a faint smile. He then flicked his finger in the air, and 9 streaks of icy flames shot out. The 9 streaks of icy flames wiped out 9 experts, leaving the young man alone. At this moment, the expression on his face changed. In 2 minutes, Li Lingtian had refined all the powerhouses' divine consciousness. His face was filled with satisfaction. The divine consciousness that he had expended yesterday had been restored and was much stronger. Why me? After the other powerhouses were wiped out, Li Lingtian managed to break some of the restrictions and was able to speak. Yi Feng said indifferently. His expression was filled with curiosity. This young master will see if I want to keep you. Li Lingtian did not answer Yi Feng's question but muttered to himself. Do you want me to stay? Now that I'm alone, isn't it true that there's a slim chance of survival? Yi Feng did not understand. He had clearly killed all the warriors and left him behind, but now hearing this young man's words, it seemed like he was going to wipe them all out. The rules are in my hands. In my world, my words are the rules. The weak can only obey. Li Lingtian said coldly as he reached out with one hand and quickly searched Yi Feng's body. One want to see what secrets this young man has. It's already very rare to meet such a calm martial artist. If he can stay and be used by me, it won't be a bad thing. Soon, there was a storage bag and an exquisite small pagoda. The small pagoda was carved from jade. There were some spirit stones, elixirs, herbs, and a middle-grade emperor weapon in the storage bag. When he saw the young man's storage bag, he couldn't help but be stunned. This young man was really interesting. He was so poor that he didn't look like the storage bag of a martial honor at all. However, he was more interested in this jade carving. It seemed that this jade carving was also a good treasure. Don't touch her. The young man was extremely excited. Even when facing death, he had never been so excited. The more he thought about it, the more Li Lingtian was interested. It must be an extremely important item that could make this young man so excited. He was the ruler here. Without hesitation, he extended his divine sense toward the jade carving. A suction force appeared and his divine consciousness was pulled in. Li Lingtian was stunned as he did not expect the jade carving to be a spatial item. However, he soon discovered that there was a very small space inside the jade carving. It was shaped like a tower on the surface, but it was only the size of a room inside. It was at most 20 square meters. Inside was a woman in blue. She looked like she was 21 or 22 years old. Although she didn't have any life force, there was no change in this place, just like in Jiyi's ice palace. The woman's face was pale as if she had been sealed. However, this woman was a peerless beauty. 1C. Li Lingtian now understood that the young man's wish was for this woman. To be able to do this for a woman was enough to show the character of this young man. The poison of ice has been plotted against. Looks like even one can't save him unless he has a tier 6 medicinal pill or above. Li Lingtian thought to himself as he completely ignored the young man's rage outside. He looked at the woman carefully. She was a peerless beauty. However, she didn't have any vitality at the moment. If he had a 6th grade elixir, his ice soul martial spirit, and some other methods, he could save her. You can kill me but you can't touch her. Yi Feng could not move his body and could only curse loudly. However, he saw that Li Lingtian did not move at all. In the end, he could only glare at Li Lingtian angrily with a tear in his eyes. Ji couldn't hold it in anymore. He opened his eyes quietly. The 15 experts had disappeared. His big brother was also motionless. He didn't know what he was doing. Another person was scolding his big brother. If this young master can save her, can you take out your life? Li Lingtian said coldly as he stared at Yi Feng coldly. He had a good impression of this young man. What is it? You can save her? Yi Feng looked at Li Lingtian in shock, unable to believe his words. His entire life, he had cultivated for the blue screen. When he became Ape Supreme Realm Expert, he still could not save the blue screen. He didn't expect the young man in white to say that he could save Lan Ping. How could he not be shocked? If you can really save her, I'll take my life at any time. Yi Feng looked at Li Lingtian's silence and knew that he had not misheard. The other party was not wrong either. He knew that a terrifying person like Li Lingtian would not lie and he did not want to repeat himself. All right, you can live now. However, if you want to save her, you have to wait for a year. After a year, when you find the ingredients for a level 6 or level 7 pill, one will naturally save her. During this period of time, you can leave or stay, but one can't hand her over to you because you don't have the ability to condense a soul. Li Lingtian said coldly without any room for resistance. Ji didn't know what her big brother was talking about, and she didn't understand either, but she believed in her big brother's strength. All right, as long as you can save her, I'm willing to do anything. I am Yi Feng. Yi Feng pondered for a moment. This young man in front of him had no room for negotiation, but he gave off a feeling that he was trustworthy. Everything that Li Lingtian said was what Lan Ping needed, but he could not get those precious things. He couldn't find any level 6 or 7 pills, but this young man was confident that he could save Lan Ping. Follow me. With a flip of his hand, Li Lingtian summoned the heaven and earth throne and recited the incantation that Ling Jiu had imparted to him. Instantly, the array altar trembled. Yi Feng could move freely now, but the moment he could move, the array altar shone brightly. The 3 of them were brought away by the light and disappeared from the array altar. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the immortal spirit realm. When Yi Feng saw this place, he was also shocked. He did not expect such a beautiful paradise to exist in this world. Next, Li Lingtian asked Yi Feng to stay at a place not far from the palace. An unknown array appeared at this place. To keep a Supreme Realm expert by his side, he had to control this Supreme Realm expert. He also wanted to understand what this Yi Feng was like. If he had any ill intentions, he would definitely wipe him out instantly. After that, Li Lingtian cultivated in the immortal spirit realm while Spirit One officially introduced Li Lingtian and Ji to the other elves. When Li Lingtian saw these fairies, they were all extremely handsome. He was also able to witness the existence of fairies in this magical continent. Spirit One also explained the location of the immortal spirit realm. This place was indeed under the sea, but it was not under the sea. This place was in an independent space. After living in the immortal spirit realm for a month, Li Lingtian's cultivation had reached the peak of Tier 8 Warrior Ascendant and was only a step away from Tier 9 Warrior Ascendant. After observing Yi Feng and Li Lingtian for a period of time, they were more obedient. Other than cultivating, they were in a daze. On this day, Li Lingtian brought Ge to an open space. Ge, it's not impossible for you to cultivate, but you can't have killing intent or killing intent. Otherwise, one won't teach you. Li Lingtian said earnestly. If Ge wanted to go out, he would naturally need to cultivate. At the very least, he would need the ability to protect himself. During this period of time, he had already taught her a lot of basic principles of doing things in the divine martial continent, allowing her to understand the bloodlust and terror of the divine martial continent. There was also the craftiness of humans and the cruelty of demonic beasts. At first, Ge was afraid, but he gradually got used to it. All right, 1 foot 11 inches listen to you, big brother. Ge was overjoyed when he heard Li Lingtian's promise to teach her. If he had a cultivation base, he would be able to fly around. Princess, these are the mysterious heavenly divine bow and 9 mysterious heavenly divine arrows of the elf clan. Now that the young master is here, I'll hand these mysterious heavenly divine bow and arrows to you. Spirit 1 walked over. He knew that Ge had also left the immortal spirit realm. This was the first time the princess had left the immortal spirit realm. Although she had the protection of the young master, she needed to have her own cultivation base. The mystical power of the fairy clan, the mysterious heavenly divine bow, was an extremely powerful existence even in the heaven realm. With that said, he produced a jade box, and the other 8 priests also began to cast a spell. 9 spells appeared, and the air trembled as light shot in all directions. Instantly, the seals on the jade box were removed one by one. The jade box opened automatically, revealing an extremely exquisite small bow that emitted an ancient aura. The entire divine technique was like jade. Such a small bow didn't seem powerful at all, and it was even more impossible for it to be related to magic. However, when Li Lingtian looked at the bow from another angle, which was where the arrow was shot, he felt a supreme pressure pressing down on him, giving off an aura of death and destruction. He did not use his true essence, nor did he use his bow and arrow. Just this bow and arrow could bring him such a destructive feeling. This was really the first time. His entire heart trembled and he became excited. Chapter 292. Mysterious Heavenly Divine Bow, 1. A treasure like the mysterious Heavenly Divine Bow was a treasure from the ancient times. Its status was not much different from the Dragon Clan's Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd. Because they were the most powerful treasures of a race. Although the elves did not compete with the world, humans had always captured them, which made the elves feel that they were invincible. This mysterious heavenly divine bow was also forged according to the talent of the elves. The elves were born to be sharpshooters, and they were also born to be favored by the wood spirits. They had the strongest perception of their own spiritual energy. Although Spirit 1 didn't explain the origin and power of the mysterious heavenly divine bow, it was a supreme treasure of the fairy clan, so it was naturally extremely powerful. Ge took the mysterious heavenly divine bow from Spirit 1 and revealed a happy expression. Only those with weapons were true warriors. He was an elf and with weapons he was also a warrior. In the future, he could go out and fight with his big brother. Li Lingtian looked at the mysterious heavenly divine bow. This bow was born to be used by the elf clan. Furthermore, it required a blood test to determine its owner. It had to be used by the elf clan's princess or young master. Ge, drip your blood on it to become its master. Li Lingtian and Ge even looked at him for help when they saw Ge's bewildered expression. He couldn't just stand there and not say anything, so he reminded her. Following that, Li Lingtian carefully let Ge drip his blood on the bow and successfully made the bow its master. Ge could not use such a treasure without any cultivation at the moment, so he could only cultivate first. Right, the God Lord left behind an interspatial ring. I'll go look for it. Spirit 6 suddenly thought of something and said. Then, he quickly ran toward the palace. Li Lingtian began to teach Ge cultivation as he watched Spirit 6 leave. Naturally, he was cultivating the pure breathing technique. The fairy clan did not need to cultivate those earth-shattering skills. With his innate talent, as long as he cultivated, he could easily absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I don't need this wood spirit pearl for the time being. Take it and absorb the spiritual energy first. This way, you can also quickly increase your absorption speed. Li Lingtian recalled the green bead in his divine dragon ring and took it out. He didn't need this wood spirit pearl for the time being. It was best to let Ge cultivate it. Thank you, big brother. Ge took it happily. Immediately, the natural wood elemental spiritual chi of heaven and earth quickly condensed. Spirit One and the others were also extremely surprised. They did not expect the young master to have such a magical and heaven-defying treasure. Moreover, such a treasure was easily taken out for the palace master to cultivate. This made him even more at ease. Subsequently, Li Lingtian spent half of his time cultivating and the other half teaching Ge how to cultivate. He also told her about the outside world. By teaching her how to survive, Ge gradually grasped a little of Li Lingtian's personality. He was meticulous when he cultivated, and only when he stopped cultivating would he treat her like a big brother. On this day, Li Lingtian saw Yi Feng meditating and cultivating in the distance before he walked forward. This is for you. I believe it will be useful to you. Li Lingtian tossed a jade bottle over before finding a place to sit down. This is? High-grade Azure Yang pill? Yi Feng opened the jade bottle, his originally stiff expression changed. He did not expect it to be a high-grade Azure Yang pill. Tier 5 medicinal pills were rarely seen. He didn't expect that this Tier 5 medicinal pill was even a high-grade one. This youth took out a bottle. This kind of extravagance was really the first time he had seen it. Tier 5 pills are nothing. When I'm in a good mood, I'll refine a bottle of Tier 6 pills for you. Li Lingtian replied calmly. He could easily refine this Tier 5 pills. As for the 6th grade cleansing dust pill, he did not need it now, nor did he spend a lot of effort to study and comprehend it. If he could use a 6th grade medicinal pill, he would have been refining it long ago. But these words caused huge waves in Yi Feng's heart. He could casually refine level 5 high-grade pills, and even said that he could refine level 6 pills when he was in a good mood. What kind of person was this? However, after taking a closer look at the medicinal pill, the aura of this medicinal pill was indeed exactly the same as the aura of this young man in front of him. In other words, this medicinal pill was refined by this young man. You're a spirit alchemist? You can really refine a Tier 6 medicinal pill. For the first time, Yi Feng revealed a curious expression. He had encountered countless spirit alchemists, but none of them were as confident as Li Lingtian. Furthermore, Li Lingtian was only 18 years old. He did not expect him to possess such terrifying strength. He thought that he was a top genius, but in front of this young man, he finally felt what it meant to be unbearable. He's just a mere spirit alchemist. I just don't have enough time to concoct pills, and one only need Tier 5 pills for cultivation. When one can use Tier 6 pills, 1 foot 11 inches naturally be able to concoct them. Try this. Li Lingtian said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, he cast a frost flame and shot it at Yi Feng. But this time, the ice-cold flame was not as terrifying as before, but Yi Feng subconsciously resisted it. His primeval essence was consumed continuously. In a few breaths of time, all of Yi Feng's primeval essence was used up. The martial honor was extremely wary of the ice frost flame. Although he was curious as to why Li Lingtian had attacked, he did not ask. Moreover, when Li Lingtian attacked, he only realized that Li Lingtian had no intention of killing him when his vital essence was exhausted. Just as he was feeling puzzled, Li Lingtian flicked his finger and a silver-white pill flew toward him. This is... Yi Feng looked at the white pill in his hand. He was stunned for a moment, but in the end, he did not hesitate and threw the pill into his mouth. Since Li Lingtian had promised him to cure the blue screen, he could only follow Li Lingtian's orders. Wasn't it just a medicinal pill? He wouldn't even frown when he died, let alone a medicinal pill. However, the moment the pill entered his mouth, it instantly turned into a fragrant smell, and a powerful medicinal effect was emitted. 11. Boom! Inside his body, there was a rumble. Yi Feng's expression changed drastically. My true essence. In the midst of this explosion, the exhausted true qi in his body suddenly recovered to its peak. This was the first time he had encountered such a heaven-defying thing. This is the heaven-defying pill that I refined. It's an enhanced version of the heaven-defying pill. There's only one shop in the divine martial continent that has no other branches. Li Lingtian said with a smile. He tossed 2 silver-white pills over before turning around to leave. Before he left, he said indifferently, within a day, the heaven-defying pill is only effective once. After he finished speaking, he returned to Ji Yi's side. He watched Ji Yi cultivate and began to plan. He couldn't stay here for the rest of his life. If the matter was resolved, this place would be a paradise. He could bring his beloved person to live here and stay away from the world. After thinking for a long time, Li Lingtian decided to stay in the immortal spirit realm for another half a month before returning. His cultivation had also reached the peak of martial arts grandmaster rank 8. He had to find an opportunity to break through. Moreover, he had provoked the Ping family. He had to think of a way. As the days passed, Li Lingtian decided to leave. During this period of time, Ji Yi's cultivation speed made him vomit blood. He could be considered heaven-defying. However, compared to Ji Yi, his cultivation speed could only be described as a tortoise crawling. She was the only Tier 1 warrior spirit in the entire divine martial continent who could achieve such a feat in half a month. Other martial artists would spend their entire lives trying to reach the realm of warrior spirit, but this Ji Yi only needed half a month to do it. Ji Yi, are you really going out? Li Lingtian asked seriously as he watched Ji Yi play in his bedroom. To be honest, he really didn't want to bring Ji Yi out now because his enemies were too many and too powerful. If there weren't so many opponents, any man would not hesitate to bring such a young girl out. Moreover, Ji Yi was an elf princess. All the humans in the world liked such elves. Of course, after we get out, Ji Yi will definitely listen to Big Brother. Ji Yi nodded with a serious look in his eyes. During this period of time, she knew how dangerous the outside world was, but she couldn't stay here forever. She also wanted to see the outside world. In her heart, with her big brother's protection, she would naturally not be in any danger. In that case, you must listen to me when you get out. Otherwise, I won't be polite. I'm leaving this afternoon. Go and pack up. I'll go and inform Spirit One and the others. Li Lingtian walked out after he finished speaking. When he came out, he was stunned as Spirit One and the others had just arrived. Although he didn't know why Spirit One and the others had come at this time, he had a feeling that Spirit One and the others were leaving today. Young Master, we have already predicted that you would be leaving today, so we have specially come to send you off. Spirit One did not wait for Li Lingtian's reply before he spoke. The few of them then took their seats. You knew I was leaving today? Li Lingtian was truly curious now. He did not say anything nor did he reveal anything, yet these guys knew about it first. Could it be that they had the ability to predict things? Naturally, he did not believe all of this. It's normal that young master doesn't believe me, but sometimes there are really some miraculous things that happen in this world. Although we elves don't have the ability to predict things, we have an ancient powerful mirror. We can deduce what's going to happen from everyone's face and the time of day. Therefore, although I have never been to the outside world, one have to advise young master that there are many things that cannot be solved with strength. It is also not something that can be measured with strength. Young master should pay attention to some magical treasures. Spirit One said seriously. After he finished speaking, he bowed respectfully. This was also a suggestion from a subordinate, but it was also a suggestion from a subordinate who had no choice but to risk his life. Chapter 293. Leaving the Immortal Spirit Realm. Yes, thank you. Li Lingtian nodded. Spirit One was right. In this world, there were many mystical skills and treasures that were beyond the scope of power. This was because he had already seen it. Moreover, he still had some treasures on him that could not be measured by strength. For example, the Space Silk Banner and the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron could not be measured by strength. The divine dragon ring and the holy demon ring could not be measured by strength either. These are true spirit pearls that have been cultivated in the immortal spirit realm for countless years. They are also the crystallization of the wood spiritual chi of heaven and earth. In the past tens of thousands of years, there have only been 3 of them. Their power can destroy the world. Legend has it that one was used before the God Lord. One can't describe how powerful it is. 2. It mainly depends on the user's strength and control. The stronger the strength, the stronger the power. Spirit 1 took out a wooden box. The wooden box was emitting a faint wood-type spiritual energy. It wasn't as powerful as he had imagined. However, after opening the wooden box, 3 finger-sized colorful beads floated in the air. Li Lingtian could only take a look. He did not dare to touch him with his divine perception. If he were to detonate, this place would be finished. After that, Spirit 1 closed the wooden box and handed it to Li Lingtian before explaining the situation to him. It was mainly about GE. GE didn't know anything and didn't have any contact with the outside world. He would definitely be a burden if he went out. After half an hour, GE came out. After GE came out, the few priests also gave their instructions. Immortal light. Activate. The 9 elders looked at each other and waved their hands continuously, casting mysterious spells. Finally, 9 rays of light appeared. The 9 rays of light fused, and a space-time tunnel appeared in the air. 2. Let's go. Upon seeing the appearance of the space-time tunnel, Li Lingtian pulled GE and shouted at Yi Feng, who was standing at the entrance of the palace before entering the space-time tunnel. The 3 of them entered the space-time tunnel. The space-time tunnel kept twisting. Seeing this situation, they were all worried. However, this worry did not last long, because the 3 of them had already entered the sea. It was Ji-Yi's first time entering the sea, and he was caught off guard and choked. Li Lingtian unleashed a stream of true essence to stabilize Ji-Yi's meridians. A light shield protected the 2 of them as they swam up quickly. Boom! With an explosion, the 3 of them soared into the sky. Floating in the air, there was a vast sea everywhere. He could not find his direction at all. Young Master. Feng Ye paused for a moment before he shouted. In the immortal spirit realm, everyone else addressed Li Lingtian as Young Master, so he could not bring himself to call him that. However, he understood that he could only lower his arrogance. No matter how powerful a supreme realm expert was, he was nothing in front of this young man. After shouting, he used one hand to move towards a huge spaceship. Li Lingtian also flew onto the spaceship. Ji-Yi's light shirt was completely drenched and her delicate figure was so exquisite that he almost vomited blood. Fortunately, there were still some pants and tube tops inside. Otherwise, he would really be finished. Then he brought Ji into the spaceship. After bringing Ji into a room, he walked out and stayed in the room opposite Ji. Just as he was about to meditate and cultivate, Ji opened his door. Big brother, one don't have any clothes. Ji pouted and looked at his clothes that were soaked. He felt a little awkward, but he didn't have any clothes. Li Lingtian's face darkened at those words. Oh my God, who did I offend? Why did I have to come across such a little girl to torture me? Wait, I'll think of something. Li Lingtian used his divine consciousness to enter his divine dragon ring. But fortunately, the clothes he wore in the past were still there. The clothes he wore when he was young could be made do with for Ji. He found 2 sets of clothes and handed them to Ji. When Ji saw that they were Li Lingtian's clothes, he was stunned for a moment before he carried them back to his room. Li Lingtian was depressed. He was a man, so why would he have a girl's outfit? Even when she was with Tang Ziming, Yun Yaoyao, Shunmei and Qing Ling, it didn't involve her clothes. Even with Qing Ling, his clothes were always washed by Qing Ling. He never cared about these things. A moment later, Ji appeared again wearing Li Lingtian's clothes. Although they were a little loose, they were still passable. Li Lingtian was stunned when he saw Ji wearing a man's clothes. If he went out, he would charm all the women in the world. Ji could not sit still in his own room and came to Li Lingtian's side to play. Pulling Li Lingtian along to enjoy the scenery outside, Ji's face lit up with excitement when she saw the vast ocean. This was her first time seeing such a sight. "Young master, we can't find the direction at all." Yi Feng had a solemn expression. In the vast sea, there was not even a single star, let alone the sun and moon. If they flew randomly and encountered a storm, the three of them would be finished. "Wait, I'll think of a way." Li Lingtian pondered for a moment. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he found a magnet in the divine dragon ring and began to move it. Both Ji and Yi Feng were curious, but they did not dare to disturb Li Lingtian. Soon, a circular disc about a foot in size appeared in Li Lingtian's hand. It was similar to a compass except that there were no runes on it. This is called a compass. The direction the compass points to is the south. Based on his memory, Li Lingtian personally made a simple compass. In the ocean, there was no sun or moon, so the only thing that could support one's direction was the compass. Is it that simple? Yi Feng was stunned for a moment before he quickly shut his mouth. Everything Li Lingtian did was reasonable and he had never failed before. Follow Sinan and head south. After Li Lingtian said that, he pulled Ji to his room. On the way back to his room, he called out for Little White and sent his consciousness into Little White's awareness before handing it over to Ji. With Little White protecting Ji, there should be no problem. Little White had been cultivating in the dragon energy of the 3,000 worlds. During this period of time, it had actually advanced to level 5. Rank 5 was equivalent to a martial emperor, but its defense and attack could even be resisted by an ordinary martial honor. Moreover, the dragon energy was mysterious and overbearing. It was not something that a martial honor could kill in a short period of time. The flying ship continued to fly in the ocean. Finally, after half a month, they finally encountered a few martial monarch experts hunting sea beasts in the sea area. With Yi Feng's cultivation level, the few martial royal realm experts were still obedient like kittens. Yi Feng asked around. They were still 3 days away from the border of the sea region. The nearest city was the subsidiary city of Pingyang City, Suanyang City. When Yi Feng heard about Suanyang City, he admired Li Lingtian even more. He could easily make something and return to the coast without any mistakes. Suanyang City was located in the south. Even though he did not know how many tricks Li Lingtian had up his sleeve, he felt even more apprehensive. He could easily eliminate countless Supreme Realm experts. What kind of person was this? From the looks of it, Li Lingtian was definitely not an elf in the immortal spirit realm. However, he had become the young master of the elf clan. 3 days passed quickly. When Li Lingtian and the other two entered Suanyang City, Ji was excited to see the countless humans. This place was a human city and was countless times more lively than the immortal spirit realm. It was just not as quiet as the immortal spirit realm. Sir, do you want to stay or eat? When a warrior spirit shop assistant saw Li Lingtian and the others, he greeted them respectfully. When he saw Ji, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that there was such a young man in the world. A single courtyard. Li Lingtian replied calmly before he headed straight into the inn. Sir, please come in. A single courtyard costs 100,000 low-grade spirit stones a month, which is 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones a year. The shop assistant said as he led the way. His face revealed an excited expression. It was a blessing to meet such a straightforward customer. 1 month. Li Lingtian arrived at a single courtyard and handed the 100,000 lower spiritual stones to the attendant. After entering the courtyard, Li Lingtian and Ji chose a room. Yi Feng also chose a random room to stay in. He had no idea what Li Lingtian was up to or where he was going. However, the only thing he needed to do was to follow Li Lingtian and wait for him to rescue Lan Ping. After that, Li Lingtian did not cultivate much. Instead, he brought Ji to stroll around the city. It was Ji's first time in a human city, so he was naturally curious. Instead of making her curious, why not bring her along to play for a while? This way, she could familiarize herself with the world here and not be out of place. Ge was an elf princess, but her figure was exactly the same as a human girl. Other than her peerless beauty and charm, everything else was normal. Ge was naturally excited to see Li Lingtian bringing her around. The two of them played in the front while Yi Feng followed behind. Li Lingtian's cultivation was only at the martial grandmaster level while he was a martial honor. Naturally, he had to protect Li Lingtian. However, things did not go as he wished. After playing for a few days, trouble came. On this day, Li Lingtian was playing with Ge when he felt a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. Naturally, Li Lingtian knew that the eyes were not Yi Feng's but were being followed by other powerhouses. This place was a subsidiary city of Pingyang City, so it naturally belonged to the Ping family. Killed. Li Lingtian spoke softly as if he was talking to himself. However, just as Li Lingtian's voice faded, a scream was heard from behind him. A martial honor. I'm a member of the Ping family. If you dare to kill me, you're done for. A fifth-level martial emperor fell from the sky and was cut in half at the waist. He looked at the maple leaves not far away in horror. He did not expect that he did not know that a Supreme Realm expert was behind him. This Supreme Realm expert was even with the young man in front. Chapter 294. Yun family's revered martial artist. The Ping family. I'm exterminating the Ping family. Li Lingtian said disdainfully. At worst, he would just run away. He had already killed 3 of the Ping family's revered martial artists. Although the other 3 were not killed by him, the Ping family would definitely blame him for this. The hatred between him and the Ping family had long reached the point where it would not rest until one of them was dead. Yi Feng smiled bitterly in his heart. Although he was not a Pingyang city warrior, he knew how strong Ping clan was. He did not expect that he would be able to kill a Ping clan member. It seemed that things were not going well between Li Lingtian and the Ping family since he had gotten himself involved. Ge looked at the martial emperor on the ground, whose life force was gradually disappearing. Her face turned pale. It was the first time she had seen such a bloody thing. She found it hard to accept. Li Lingtian patted her back and comforted her softly. Looks like we have to leave this place. Yi Feng looked at the 3 experts who were shooting towards him. He had a bitter smile on his face. The 3 figures were all Supreme Realm experts. Moreover, there were 2 first heaven and 1 second heaven. Although his strength was extraordinary, he could barely deal with a second heaven expert. It was no longer possible to protect Li Lingtian. Since you're already here, is it possible for you to leave so easily? The 3 powerhouses stood steadily in the air with excitement in their eyes. The other party was only a martial arts grandmaster and a first-level Supreme Realm expert. Moreover, one of the martial arts grandmasters was the expert that the higher-ups wanted to kill. However, he was a little puzzled now. Why did the higher-ups need to kill a martial arts grandmaster expert with great fanfare? Couldn't they just kill him directly? Naturally, they did not know that the Ping clan had concealed a lot. They only revealed Li Lingtian's appearance and cultivation base but did not reveal Li Lingtian's true strength. If they were to reveal Li Lingtian's true strength, no one would be willing to go all out to hunt him down, nor would they have the guts to do so. Did I say I was leaving? A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face as he gestured for Ge to step back. Little White opened its eyes as well. If a fight were to break out, it had to protect the girl beside Li Lingtian. Yi Feng was stunned when he saw Li Lingtian's actions. Was he going to fight a martial honor? Back at the array altar, Li Lingtian had only killed a revered martial artist without any resistance. However, the 3 revered martial artists were no longer confined revered martial artists. At this time, countless martial artists hurriedly fled. The appearance of a revered martial artist was not fun. They might suffer a calamity. You're Li Lingtian, right? You're courting death by provoking the Ping clan. If you surrender today, I'll spare your life and plead on your behalf. Yun Chengfeng looked at Li Lingtian and said calmly. It would be best if he could subdue the enemy without fighting. This was Su Anyang City, his own territory. Once a war broke out, the city would be finished.
Really?
Li Lingtian's expression shifted as if he was tempted. His expression stunned everyone. They did not expect Li Lingtian to be so easy to talk to. Then he thought about how powerful the Ping family was. If they could turn hostility into friendship, everyone would be willing to do so. After all, the Ping family was too powerful. Not bad. Yun Chengfeng was stunned and quickly nodded. The two Supreme Realm experts beside him also revealed smiles. They did not expect the person chased by the Ping family to be so afraid of death. You fucking idiot. Since one can put the Ping family in my eyes, scram. If you don't scram in 3 seconds, you'll stay here forever. The expression on Li Lingtian's face changed as he stared at the three of them in disdain. Moreover, he even humiliated the 3 revered martial artists. This action stunned the 3 revered martial artists, Yifeng and countless other martial artists in the distance. They were just talking nicely just now, but in the blink of an eye, they had insulted Wu Zun. It turned out that all of this was because this young man was toying with the 3 Supreme Realm experts in the air. He had toyed with the 3 Supreme Realm experts like monkeys. Damn it! Yun Chengfeng reacted. In front of countless martial artists, he had actually been played by this young man in the palm of his hand. Where was his face? With a furious roar, a stormy wave of attacks came crashing down on Li Lingtian. The space around them began to tremble. You're courting death, Li Lingtian said calmly. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the space trembled and the silver-winged flying dragon appeared in the sky. A shocking demonic power pressure was emitted. When the silver-winged flying dragon saw that danger was approaching, it flapped its huge wings suddenly and a destructive attack met the sky. Rumble! With a loud explosion, Yun Qingfeng's body trembled and he retreated dozens of meters. Blood trickled down the corner of his mouth, and his expression kept changing. One attack was actually blocked by a demonic beast. Moreover, due to his carelessness, his mind was shaken. Silver-winged flying dragon. Silver-winged flying dragon. Countless experts exclaimed. The 3 martial honors and Yifeng were also extremely shocked. This silver-winged flying dragon was extremely powerful. It had already reached the first level of the 6th rank, equivalent to a first-level martial honored realm super expert. Moreover, the silver-winged flying dragon was the king of the sky. Even if it was facing a first-level martial honored realm expert, it would not be inferior in the slightest. Moreover, it had an advantageous advantage. Good, very good, Cheng Yun, you go and get rid of this bastard. One will deal with this demonic beast. Leave him to Cheng Yu. Yun Chengfeng looked at Li Lingtian. His first attack was just a probing attack. It was not worth using his full strength to deal with a martial arts grandmaster. However, he was injured by a tier 6 mystical beast due to his carelessness. Anger rose in his heart as he spoke to Yun Chengyun and Yun Chengyu. After he finished speaking, his body flashed and he charged towards the silver-winged flying dragon. The cultivation of a second-level Supreme Realm expert was extremely terrifying. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the city lord of Su Anyang City. The 3 brothers had also received support from the Ping family, and had always been in control of Su Anyang City. Rumble! It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, a shocking attack came down. The silver-winged flying dragon did not show any weakness. Facing a second heaven, it could only fight at this time. Yifeng did not land either, because Yun Qingyu had already attacked. The 2 groups opened up. The silver-winged flying dragon faced Yun Chengfeng while Yifeng faced Yun Qingyu. However, he was extremely worried during the battle. Although Li Lingtian's strength was terrifying, he was definitely no match for a Supreme Realm powerhouse with a gap of 2 major realms. However, that thought disappeared after Li Lingtian made his move. Iced Fire 9 Heavens, Extinction. Kill! Li Lingtian shouted softly. He was going to use his trump card. He could not stay here for long. If he delayed any longer, the Ping clan's superpowerhouses would rush over. Iced Fire 9 Heavens, and 1 strike was enough to exterminate the 3rd heaven. He raised his hands, and the aura in the air trembled. An aura of extermination continuously filled the space. The warriors hiding in the surroundings were also shocked and quickly flew into the distance. The three brothers of the Yun family felt this exterminating aura at the same time. They all felt that something was wrong. How could a martial arts grandmaster have such a domineering skill and power? However, it was already over. The battle had already begun, and it was impossible to stop. Heavenly Phoenix God Annihilation. Yun Qingyun's heart was trembling as well. He quickly gave up on the skill he was about to cast and chanted the incantation continuously. With a wave of his hands, a destructive force was hurled at Li Lingtianj. At the same time, a powerful defense was cast, completely protecting himself. Rumble! In the air, two destructive attacks tore through the air and finally collided. With an explosive sound, countless buildings were destroyed. Li Lingtian retreated rapidly while a shield of light appeared in front of Ge, blocking the destructive force. Although the light shield blocked it, Ge's face was still filled with fear. He didn't expect the battle to be so earth-shattering. While she was still in a daze, Li Lingtian pushed Ge away with his backhand. With the protection of the beam shield, Ge would not fall. When Ge landed, Li Lingtian's body flashed strangely as well. His entire body was suspended in the air with a grave expression on his face. Ice, fire, 9 heavens. Even the third heaven did not kill a martial honor. The cultivation and strength of a martial honor was indeed powerful. This was also because his cultivation was too low. If he was a martial emperor, this martial honor might have been killed. If he wanted his supreme realm expert to kill him in an instant, it was already heaven-defying for him to be able to compete with a supreme realm expert's attack with his shocking skills. Heaven-grade divine ability. The few supreme realm experts were extremely shocked. Even if they were supreme realm experts, they cultivated earth-grade skills. Heaven-grade skills were definitely something that could only be encountered by luck. For a family like the Yen family, there was a god-destroyer that they could not control. Otherwise they would have been killed. Since you're a dog of the Ping family, one won't be polite. You can disappear into thin air with this move. Li Lingtian's expression was serious as his aura surged and the air trembled. A shocking sword intent was emitted. He was like a sharp sword standing proudly between heaven and earth. The sword intent in the air eroded the minds of every martial artist. Sword intent. What a terrifying sword intent. The few Supreme Realm martial artists also revealed solemn expressions. They did not expect that this young martial arts grandmaster had actually cultivated sword intent. Moreover, it was so terrifying. Yi Feng's expression kept changing. He did not feel any pressure when facing a first-level martial honored realm expert. However, they were shocked when they saw Li Lingtian's first attack. The destructive force of that attack carried the aura of extermination. If Li Lingtian's cultivation base had been a little higher, even he might not have been able to withstand it. Now that Li Lingtian had unleashed his sword intent, he was even more curious about Li Lingtian. He wondered how many terrifying techniques this young man had up his sleeves. Just as everyone was shocked by Li Lingtian's sword intent, Yun Chengyun had also activated his terrifying true force. If he had not witnessed Li Lingtian's abilities, he would not have cared about a martial arts grandmaster at all. However, Li Lingtian's first attack had nearly killed him. If not for his profound cultivation, he would not have been able to withstand that attack. Now that this young man said that he could kill him in one move, he naturally did not dare to be careless. The destructive aura in the air gathered together continuously. Soon after, a destructive beam of light distorted the space and spun in the sky before it headed straight for Li Lingtian. Hush! Countless warriors gasped when they saw the destructive beam of light in the sky. They were already imagining Li Lingtian's fate after this attack. Ge was also shocked and scared. She had never seen such a scene before. It was like the end of the world. If his big brother died under this move, what should he do? Chapter 295. Killing two birds with one stone. In the face of the destructive attack, Li Lingtian stood proudly between heaven and earth like a sharp sword. The surrounding strong winds could not get close to him. With a serious expression, he activated his divine sense and the Tianyu sword appeared in his hand. The crystal-clear long sword was as transparent as ice crystals, but this transparent long sword emitted a shocking pressure. This kind of pressure directly crushed the martial artist's mind and will, and a suppressed aura spread in all directions. All the martial artists, including Yun Chungyun who had a cruel smile on his face, had a drastic change in expression. Saint artifact. It's actually a saint tool. All the knowledgeable experts could tell the grade of the Tianyu sword. This treasure was actually a saint artifact, which directly surpassed emperor artifacts and heaven artifacts. In the Azure continent, it was already very extravagant for a martial monarch to use an emperor weapon. Emperor weapons were only used by martial-honored realm experts. As for heaven weapons, even martial-honored realm experts would not use them. Heaven artifacts were already extremely rare, but in the hands of this young man before him, a saint artifact had actually appeared. However, the few supreme realm experts were puzzled. Even if a young martial arts grandmaster had a saint weapon, it was impossible for him to control it. A martial arts grandmaster's cultivation could not control a sacred artifact. Even a martial honor could not completely control a sacred artifact. However, everything that happened before their eyes was beyond their imagination. Seeing the saint artifact, Yun Chengyun and the other two became excited. If they killed this young man, wouldn't this saint artifact be theirs? However, he was more worried. The power of a saint artifact was earth-shattering. If he wasn't careful, he would be able to survive. Myriad swords returned to Rhe origin. Li Lingtian's entire being entered a state of emptiness. All he could see was the sword and his body was filled with a shocking sword will. With a wave of his hand, the universe sword in his hand left his hand. Immediately, space was torn apart. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the sky, countless sharp swords flew over. In the city, this move was the most effective because there were more warriors in the city, so naturally, there would be more sharp swords on their bodies. No matter when, a warrior needed to have the right time, place, and people. If it was a warrior with a water martial spirit, he would naturally have the advantage in the sea area. If it was a warrior with a wood martial spirit, he would naturally have the advantage in the forest. Myriad swords returned to origin could transform everything in the world into sharp swords. The air, the wind, the flowers, the trees, and everything else could be transformed into sharp swords. However, it was still the most powerful in Rhe city because the sharp swords of martial artists were naturally domineering and sharp. Instantly, tens of thousands of sharp swords arrived around the Tianyu sword and began to float and tremble. Countless sharp swords sensed each other and formed a sword net. Within a radius of Lu meters, it was a sword world. The first time Li Lingtian used the myriad returning swords, he did not use the cosmic sword as his heart of attack. Instead, he used the cosmic sword as a catalyst. Now, he understood that Rhe sky sword was the true killing weapon. The more sharp swords there were, the greater the power. The higher the grade of the sharp swords, the more terrifying the degree of destruction. When Yun Chengyun saw the sword net in front of Li Lingtian, his heart sank. Even a god would fall under the thousands of swords. However, it was too late now. It was already impossible for him to regret his attack. Li Lingtian pointed with one hand and made a gesture to initiate the attack. Instantly, tens of thousands of sharp swords shot toward the enemy like meteors. The Tianyu sword continuously tore through the space and fiercely bombarded Yun Chengyun's attack. Crash! With a soft sound, the attack was cut open. The tens of thousands of sharp swords also shattered all the attacks at this moment. In front of a saint artifact, ordinary attacks could only dissipate in an instant. Ah! With a miserable cry, tens of thousands of sharp swords rained down like a rain of swords. Every single sharp sword was above the level of a spirit weapon. Not to mention a first-level Supreme Realm expert, even a fifth-level Supreme Realm expert might not be able to withstand it. Threads. Threads. The sharp swords in the air spun, and the sound of spirit tools being destroyed could be heard continuously. However, the screams were even more terrifying. Very quickly, the screams disappeared, and the sharp sword completely shredded Yun Chengyun into pieces. Destruction. At that moment, Li Lingtian's expression hardened. Li threw a pill into his mouth and his depleted vital essence was instantly replenished. With a flick of his finger, the myriad returning swords rained down on Yun Chenyu like a storm. Yi Feng felt the destructive attack. He was stunned. Seeing a martial venerable being killed in the blink of an eye, a huge wave rose in his heart. Now that he saw the sword rain, he quickly dodged, leaving behind a dazed Yun Chengyu in the air. His own people had been killed by the myriad returning swords, causing him to be stunned for a moment. It was already too late when he realized that the sword rain had arrived. Rumble! He directly killed them without any resistance. Countless sharp swords were destroyed. Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. The myriad returning swords was already a heaven-defying move that exceeded his control. Now that he was forcefully buffing the myriad returning swords continuously, it was not easy for him. Boom! Roar! Crash! Roar! Roar! All the martial artists who were peeking from afar were stunned by everything. Li Lingtian did not make another move. Instead, he came to Ji Yi's side to watch. In the air, the silver-winged flying dragon was facing Yun Chengfeng's second heaven supreme realm. Although it was not defeated, it was at a disadvantage. However, after the two revered martial artists were killed, Yun Chengfeng lost his mind. For a moment, the silver-winged flying dragon found an opportunity and continuously bombarded with destructive demonic power. Yi Feng also joined the battle, attacking Yun Chengfeng in a 2 versus 1 situation. Big brother, are you all right? Ji Yi saw the blood on Li Lingtian's lips and witnessed everything that had just happened. Everything had gone beyond his imagination. Although Big Brother had killed 2 experts, he had also been injured. In her eyes, it was only right for Li Lingtian to kill thousands of people because he had made the first move. Moreover, girls were all like this. No matter what, their relatives were the most reasonable. Without a doubt, Li Lingtian was her only family. I'm fine. I'll be fine after resting for a while. I know about it. In this world, strength is everything. If you don't kill him, he will kill you instantly. Li Lingtian would not let go of the opportunity to educate this young girl. It was difficult to train someone, and it was even more difficult to train a young girl who knew nothing. Moreover, Ji Yi was from Rhe fairy clan and was naturally kind-hearted. In the big dye vat of this world, he had to let her learn to protect herself. Rumble! Rumble! The air was torn apart, 2 explosions sounded out, but it was quiet after that. A crack appeared on the silver-winged flying dragon's wing. Yi Feng's mouth was also stained with blood. However, Yun Chengfeng fell from the sky, and his vitality gradually disappeared. When he landed on the ground, he was already dead. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. Li Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Yi Feng before reaching out to Ji Yi. Ji Yi held Li Lingtian's hand and the two of them dashed out in a flash. When they passed by the silver-winged flying dragon, Li Lingtian activated his divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness and the silver-winged flying dragon disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the 3 figures disappeared from Su Anyang City. All the martial artists were still in a daze. 3 Supreme Realm experts had been lulled just like that, and the opponents were only a martial arts grandmaster and a girl. The one with the deepest cultivation was only at the first level of the Supreme Realm. Such a combination actually killed 3 Supreme Realm experts in less than a minute. After Li Lingtian and the other 2 had disappeared, all the warriors were finally jolted awake. They stared blankly in the direction of the 3 revered martial artists. 2 of them had vanished into thin air, and only one of them was left with a corpse. This is too terrifying. A saint artifact actually appeared. And that silver-winged flying dragon is also extremely terrifying. It can actually fight a second-tier martial honor. The 3 revered martial artists disappeared just like that. Could this person be the young man that Pingyang City is after? No wonder the Ping family is after him. If we offend such a terrifying person and don't kill him, it will only be a future trouble. That Xuanyang City is finally going to change its master. The Yun family has been here for more than 1,000 years. It's time for a change. Countless voices of discussion immediately erupted in Xuanyang City. 3 revered martial artists were killed, and 2 of them were lulled by the martial arts grandmaster youth. With one move, tens of thousands of swords killed 2 revered martial artists. Countless warriors who had lost their treasures did nor dare to make a sound, afraid that the young man would hear them and come back to kill them. The sharp swords on the martial artists within 100 miles were instantly summoned away. When they arrived at the scene, they could only be stunned. Now, there was a large pile of sharp swords on the ground, and countless fragments. However, Li Lingtian did not know when he had taken the Tianyu sword. Naturally, they did not know that after Li Lingtian had refined the Tianyu sword, he could summon it back with a single divine consciousness. While Xuanyang City was in an uproar, the 3 of them had already left Xuanyang City for more than 1,000 miles. In the air, Li Lingtian held Ji Yi's hand as a beam shield enveloped the 2 of them and they quickly flew through the air. Young master, where are we going now? After witnessing Li Lingtian's terror, Yifeng no longer felt awkward when he addressed Li Lingtian as young master. Although Li Lingtian was only a martial arts grandmaster, his strength was terrifying beyond description. A martial honor could only fight. It was very difficult for existences of the same level to kill their opponents unless there were some unexpected changes or shocking treasures and skills. Even if he were to face a First Heaven powerhouse, it was also impossible to kill him in a short period of time. They did not expect Li Lingtian to eliminate 2 revered martial artists in one move. Who would dare to provoke such a few days' worth of skills and sacred artifacts? Although he did not know the level of Li Lingtian's move, he could sense that it was a powerful heaven-tier divine ability. Let's take a detour and go to Moonrise City, Li Lingtian said calmly. They would take a detour to avoid meeting the other powerhouses of the Ping clan. The 3 Supreme Realm experts just now did not know their strength and were killed by carelessness. However, the Ping family's martial artists knew about his background and would definitely have a countermeasure. In this state where the enemy was in the dark and he was in the light, he naturally would not easily go against the Ping family. Chapter 296. Return, Leave. Li Lingtian had already made up his mind when he left the immortal spirit realm. With his current strength, he could not fight the Ping family head-on. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Moreover, he had killed the Ping family's revered martial artist. It seemed that he was the target of revenge. After obtaining the heaven mending root, he could also start preparing to refine a 6th-grade medicinal pill. However, since they had been hunted down, they were enemies, and the Ping family had to be wiped out. This was not the time to wipe out the Ping family. He was not a fool. Although he was hot-blooded, he was not impulsive. If it weren't for the fact that he had some forces in Moonrise City and Qingling was there, he wouldn't have returned to Moonrise City. What he needed to do now was to return to Soliciting Moon City and take Qingling away, then let Qing Yun and the others transfer their forces to other cities. All right. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. It did not matter where he went as long as Li Lingtian could save Lan Ping. His life's hope was to save Lan Ping, and his spiritual hope was also pinned on Lan Ping. The 3 of them circled around Fair Sun City and flew toward Moonrise City. For half a month, Moonrise City was in sight. Li Lingtian's face was filled with comfort when he saw Moonrise City. The moment he returned to Soliciting Moon City, Qing Yun knew about it and quickly relayed the news to Qingling. Brother, you said that the young master is back. Qingling was pleasantly surprised. During this period of time, young master had left for 2 to 3 months and there was no news at all. She knew that Li Lingtian was competing for the heaven-nourishing root and that he was facing a super powerhouse. She was extremely worried for Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian's departure during this period of time had left her with a soulless feeling. Now that they heard the news of young master's return, they were naturally extremely excited. Yes, I just received news that young master has already entered the city. Qing Yun nodded as he spoke. His face was filled with joy. Ever since he started following Li Lingtian, his cultivation base had skyrocketed. Now that he had reached Tier 8 warrior spirit, if he had enough time, it would not be difficult for him to become a warrior king. That's great. Qing Ling was so excited that her face was red. As soon as she finished speaking, she had already arrived outside the cave dwelling and waited. Li Lingtian flew quickly with Ge. After they entered the city, they were teleported to the entrance of the cave abode. Yi Feng was puzzled when he saw that Li Lingtian still wanted to use the teleportation formation. However, they soon arrived at the teleportation array. They appeared at the entrance of a cave abode, and they were instantly shocked. The density of spiritual energy in this cave abode was beyond imagination. Looking at this cave abode, it must be priceless. Young master. At that moment, a sweet voice was heard. Li Lingtian had a faint smile on his face. After not seeing this little girl for a few months, she had become much prettier. Qing Ling ran out happily, but she was stunned when she saw a peerless beauty beside Li Lingtian. This girl was beautiful and charming. He had never thought that there would be such a beautiful girl in this world. She wanted to throw herself into Li Lingtian's arms, but she could only hold back when she saw that there were other people around. Moreover, the girl beside young master was too beautiful. A sour feeling surged in his heart. Yes, the little girl is getting more and more beautiful. Li Lingtian reached out and gently stroked Qing Ling's hair. His movements were extremely familiar. Ge looked at Li Lingtian's actions and thought to himself, how can my big brother treat a girl like this? She was curious. Who was this girl? She was also very beautiful and about the same size as her. It seemed that she was very familiar with her big brother. This is my sister. Li Lingtian turned around and smiled at Ge, who was still holding his arm. This Ge was the daughter of the God Lord and the princess of the fairy clan. She had obtained the God Lord's divinity and became the young master of the fairy clan. She could be considered her younger sister. Greetings, Mississippi. Qing Ling was startled, but her heart relaxed a lot. She didn't expect such a beautiful girl to be the young master's younger sister. Following that, Qing Yun bowed to Li Lingtian and Ge. By the way, get ready to move all your forces slowly to other cities. Moonrise City can't be left behind. That in the future, you will have to protect yourself. Li Lingtian told Qing Yun that he had to leave Moonrise City now to prevent the Ping Clan from catching up to him. As he spoke, he moved his spiritual awareness inside the divine dragon ring and put some weapons, spiritual stones, and elixirs inside. Since Qing Yun wanted to develop alone, he needed spirit stones and resources. He could provide these things. Young master, one will do my best to fulfill your orders. Qing Yun received the storage pouch, bowed respectfully, and left, flying in the direction of the city. Li Lingtian had also arrived at the main hall of the cave abode. He instructed Qing Ling to start packing while the rest of them moved to the cave abode immediately. They could not stay here for too long. Following that, Li Lingtian began to move around the cave abode to reinforce the restriction spells. These restriction spells were short-lived and would disappear automatically after 10 years. If someone with ill intentions came here to cause trouble, they would directly attack them. An hour later, Li Lingtian and the others left quickly and flew into the distance. After leaving Soliciting Moon City, Yi Feng activated his flying ship, carrying Li Lingtian and the rest and flying into the distance. 2. Young master, where are we going now? Yi Feng felt pity when he saw Li Lingtian give up on the cave abode. 1 foot 11 inches leave Moonrise City and Tranquil Sun City first and find a place to cultivate for a while. When I return, 1 foot 11 inches erase my evaluation. It's up to you. The further away you are from these two cities, the better. 1 foot 11 inches go back to the spaceship, Li Lingtian said calmly. After that, he led Qing Ling and Ge into the spaceship's room. Although this spaceship could not compare to his heavenly cloud battleship, the environment inside was also very good. More importantly, there were many individual rooms inside. Li Lingtian let Ge stay in the same room as before while Qing Ling stayed next door. After settling Ge, Qingling followed Li Lingtian into the room. However, Ge opened the door just as they entered the room. "Big brother, why is Qingling staying with you?" Ge asked curiously. They had agreed that everyone would have one room, but now he saw Qingling enter Big Brother's room and Big Brother didn't object. "Little girl, what do you know? Go in and cultivate." Li Lingtian was taken aback as he felt awkward. He quickly spoke up, only to see Qingling's little face blushing. Being seen through by others, she was naturally extremely shy. Ge stuck out her little tongue and acted like a ghost as soon as Li Lingtian finished speaking. She quickly closed the door to her room. When Li Lingtian and Qingling entered the room, Qingling could not help but throw herself into Li Lingtian's arms. "Young master, Qingling thinks that you don't want me anymore." Qingling sobbed softly as her body trembled. She was not in the mood to cultivate after Li Lingtian left. Thinking that Li Lingtian had left and was never coming back, she felt extremely upset. Moreover, when she saw Li Lingtian returning with a girl who was prettier than her thoughts were further confirmed. "Little girl, what are you talking about? If you weren't in Moonrise City, I wouldn't have come back at all. I'm here to pick you up." Li Lingtian gently caressed Qingling's back as he comforted her softly. Then, he told her about some of the things that he had encountered during this period of time, causing Qingling's heart to tremble. After hearing this, Qingling knew that the young master had come back for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Moonrise City. Yes. Her rosy lips could not help but kiss him gently. Her body also twisted as if she was about to melt together. Li Lingtian noticed Qingling's actions and knew that she had missed him after not seeing him for a few months. He stretched out his hand and picked up Qingling. Finally, he placed her on the bed in the inner room. Both of his hands continuously moved around this delicate and perfect body. Soon, the two of them entered a world of rolling clouds and rain. On this day, the two of them did not know how long it took before they stopped. By the time Li Lingtian stopped, Qingling's entire body was already weak. Her little face was filled with endless satisfaction. Next, Yifeng flew the flying ship towards the east. Qinglan City, 1. Yifeng, I'm finally coming back. Yifeng said in his heart. He had an unknown smile on his face. He thought about how he had left Qinglan City with a lifeless blue screen decades ago. In those decades, he had become a supreme realm expert, but he had still not been able to save the blue screen. Now, he could also return to Qinglan City. After Lan Ping was rescued, Qinglan City could only wait for his storm. Li Lingtian had no idea that he had left Moonrise City to avoid the Ping clan. However, he did not expect that he would end up in another, more powerful vortex. Ge was cultivating in his room. After a few hours, he stopped cultivating. Feeling extremely bored, he opened the door and went to chat with his big brother. Creak. Li Lingtian's room door was opened with a soft sound and Ge walked in softly. However, she did not see Li Lingtian in the room outside. She headed toward the other two small rooms inside. Li Lingtian naturally knew that someone had come in and it was Ge. Because on this flying ship, there were only 4 of them, Yifeng would not come here. Only Ge, this little girl, could do it. Moreover, the restriction he cast had no effect on Ge. He was worried that something might happen, so he gave Ge a token. The restriction he cast had no effect on that token. But he never expected Ge to come at this time. Qingling was also sleeping soundly. He didn't have the heart to disturb her, so he could only cover Qingling's clean body with a blanket so that Ge wouldn't see her. Big brother. Brother. Ge called out softly when he saw Li Lingtian. At the same time, he noticed that Li Lingtian was naked and Qingling was sleeping beside Big Brother. In this situation, even if she didn't know anything, she would still instinctively feel shy. Her little face instantly turned red, and she was extremely embarrassed. Chapter 297. Qinglan City. Li Lingtian felt awkward as well. With his immense strength, He should have been able to get up before Ge arrived. However, he was a little slow because he was worried that he would wake Qingling up. She could only blame Ge for being too rude and barging into her room. "Big brother, you guys." Ge covered his eyes with his small hands and asked softly. He was very confused. Why was Qingling sleeping with Big Brother? There should be a difference between men and women. Then why did Big Brother always emphasize that there was a difference between men and women and not let her be with him? Ge, get out quickly. I want to get dressed. Li Lingtian said in a low voice, worried that he would wake Qingling up. However, Qingling was already awake, but she was too shy to pretend to be asleep. Her face was also flushed red. Both Ge and Li Lingtian saw this. Ge did not bother to cover himself as he looked at Li Lingtian and Qingling. Although the two of them were covered by blankets, they felt awkward in front of Ge. All right then. Ge nodded, his heart thumping. He slowly left the room and waited outside. He kept thinking about why Qingling would sleep with Big Brother and what they had done. The more she thought about it, the more shy she became. As a girl, she didn't know much about the outside world, but she instinctively knew about the things between girls and men. In this aspect, girls developed faster than boys. Young master, young lady has already seen it. If I go out, I will be laughed at. Seeing Ge leave, Qingling knew that she couldn't pretend anymore, so she could only speak softly, her face turning red. Are you afraid? What are you afraid of? You're my woman. It's normal for us to be together. Li Lingtian did not have much to say at this moment. This little girl, Ge, was really troublesome. But I'm still shy. Qingling was delighted when she heard Li Lingtian's words. She did not expect the young master to say that she was his woman. However, she could not let go when she recalled the young lady seeing her with the young master. Left with no choice, she quickly put on her clothes and helped Li Lingtian tidy his clothes before she walked out slowly. Ge, what are you doing here instead of cultivating? Li Lingtian's expression was stern as this could conceal his awkwardness. However, Ge was not afraid at all as he looked at Li Lingtian with a strange smile on his face. Big brother, I've been cultivating for a long time. You and Qingling have forgotten the time. After cultivating, I was bored in my room alone, so I came to play with you. That's why I saw you. Ge said righteously, but he lowered his voice. After all, she was still a pure girl, and she was extremely shy. Li Lingtian was speechless when he heard Ge's words. He did not expect that he would have forgotten about time after being entangled with Qingling for so long. All right, what you saw before was an illusion, but why? Do you have any questions about cultivation? Li Lingtian changed the topic. He did not want to get entangled with Ge on this issue so as to avoid making himself even more awkward. Then, the three of them gradually calmed down as if nothing had happened. Ge also asked a lot of questions about cultivation. Most of them were about what happened on the divine martial continent. Li Lingtian had no choice but to tell them about his past, but the two girls were excited to hear it. On the spaceship, Li Lingtian spent most of his time cultivating and the rest of his time being pestered by the two girls. Yi Feng had been meditating outside the flying ship. He was driving the flying ship into the distance. Time passed very quickly. After a month of flying, the flying ship had crossed tens of millions of miles and arrived at the easternmost green mist city in the Azure continent. Qinglan City was known as one of the 4 great cities of the Azure continent. Other than the territories of the 3 superforces, Qinglan City was the strongest. Qinglan City was also the only city in the Azure continent that was not monopolized. The entire city was jointly managed by countless large families and factions. However, the largest families were still the Yi family and the Lan family. However, the two families were natural enemies. Neither of these two families was weaker than the Dishi family, or even stronger. However, Li Lingtian and the rest spaceship did not enter Qinglan City. Young master, this is the territory of Qinglan City. This subordinate used to live in Qinglan City. Yi Feng said earnestly when he saw Li Lingtian coming out. He had a nostalgic expression on his face. He had finally returned to his hometown after decades. We are entering the city. If you have anything to do, do it yourself. Don't worry about us. Li Lingtian replied calmly. Yi Feng had returned to his hometown and naturally had his own matters to attend to, so he would not interfere. In any case, no one could recognize him in this place, and he could start over. This time, he must not be like Moonrise City. Otherwise, he would run away again. The thought of running away made him feel unhappy. In the future, he had to wipe out the Ping family. Otherwise, how could he eliminate the hatred in his heart? All right, I hope you can save the blue screen. Yi Feng looked at Li Lingtian and nodded. He then left the spaceship in a flash and flew into the distance. Li Lingtian piloted the spaceship and landed it 1,000 miles away from Qinglan City. Come, let's go down. Looking at the distant Qinglan City, Li Lingtian had a faint smile on his face. He could finally find a quiet place to cultivate, and no one would recognize him anymore. Big brother, are we going to cultivate here in the future? Ji held Li Lingtian's hand as she looked up and asked. To her, she would go wherever Li Lingtian went. She did not have a fixed goal. Yes, I'll cultivate here for the time being. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he pulled Ji along and walked forward. Qingling followed closely behind him. She was the maid outside. Ji was the young master's younger sister. He didn't know if she was his biological sister, but at least the young master loved Ji very much. Along the way, countless warriors looked at Li Lingtian and the other two. Li Lingtian and the other two did not have high cultivation levels because Qingling and Ji were warrior spirits while Li Lingtian was just a young man. But what caught everyone's attention was Ji and Qingling's beauty. Ji's beauty was indescribable because she was a fairy herself, the perfect embodiment. The last time they were in Suanyang City, Li Lingtian had bought a bunch of beautiful clothes for Ji. He no longer wore the same light muslin as before. Even the pants and tube top inside had to be bought by him personally, which made him speechless. Li Lingtian could only understand as Ji had been alone since she was young. She would wake up for a month every 10,000 years and no one would wake her up. Li Lingtian had become the only family member who could enlighten her. They were extremely jealous when they saw the two peerless beauties following Li Lingtian around. At the city gate, Li Lingtian had applied for 3 tokens to enter the city. Even though he had spent quite a lot of spiritual stones, they were nothing to Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian found himself a room to stay in the courtyard while Qingling and Ji stayed next door. Although Li Lingtian had just entered the city, he had gained a good understanding of the city's strength. At least, this city was not what he had seen before. Instead, this Qinglan city was more powerful than any of the big cities in the past. He also knew that this place was one of the 4 largest cities in the Azure continent. Naturally, it was also one of the most powerful places in the Azure continent. Don't go out first. 1 foot 11 inches go and do something alone. After resting in the courtyard for a few days, Li Lingtian instructed Qingling and Ji. It would be too ostentatious to bring 2 peerless beauties with him. He did not know much about the forces here, so he naturally could not swagger around. Even if he wanted to keep a low profile, he wouldn't be able to keep a low profile with 2 little beauties. Qingling didn't think much of it. Although Qingling was beautiful, there were still people who were as beautiful as her. However, Ji's beauty was unparalleled. Big brother. When Ji heard that Li Lingtian was going out alone, she pouted and wanted to follow him. Be good. Li Lingtian said earnestly. He needed to go out and find some information. Furthermore, he needed to find a mansion. It would not be good for him to stay in the courtyard like this. In the future, he would need powerful spiritual energy to cultivate and refine pills. If he used powerful spiritual energy in the inn, he would definitely attract attention and he would not feel safe. Following that, Ji could only obediently cultivate in the courtyard while Li Lingtian left in peace. With the silver-winged flying dragon, Little White, the jade-eyed beast, and the multicolored beast here, no one could easily harm them. After leaving the inn, Li Lingtian headed for the plaza. The plaza was the place where the most martial artists gathered and the news was the most widespread. Qinglan City was divided into the north, south, east, and west. This city was extremely vast, and the large families and forces within each occupied a region. Young master, is there anything I can do for you? After walking around the square, a warrior spirit's disciple walked up and bowed respectfully. Yes, find a tea house. I need to know some things. If I'm satisfied, you'll be rewarded. Li Lingtian tossed a medium spiritual stone over with one hand. This was considered a gift for meeting. In front of spirit stones, there was no one who did not like it. He had already given him 100 low-grade spirit stones before he even started. Naturally, this disciple would wholeheartedly answer his doubts. All right, young master, please. This one is called Mu Yu. If young master needs anything, please feel free to greet me. Mu Yu looked at the middle-grade spirit stone in her hand and her eyes lit up. She had met a rich person this time. Although 100 low-grade spirit stones was not a lot, it would still take a warrior spirit a month to earn it. He did not expect this young master to offer 100 low-grade spirit stones at once. If he satisfied this young master, there would naturally be a lot of benefits. With that, he led Li Lingtian to the nearest tea house in the plaza. Chapter 298. The Mansion. Young master, what kind of information do you want to know? Mu Yu asked respectfully as she sat opposite Li Lingtian after he was seated. He naturally wouldn't offend rich customers. Moreover, he relied on helping others to gather information to survive, so he naturally couldn't offend customers. Tell me about the forces in Qinglan City. Li Lingtian was leaning against the animal skin sofa as he leisurely sipped on Qinglan City's most famous Yunfeng tea. Inquiring about Qinglan City was not something that could be done in a short period of time. He could not be impatient. All right, young master. Please listen to this one's explanation of the power and some of the secrets of Qinglan City. These are all public secrets of Qinglan City. Like other cities, Qinglan City has 10 great clans. However, the only super clans are the Yi clan and the Lan clan. However, these two clans are natural enemies. Other than the Yi and Lan families, there's only the Dongling family. Rumor has it that the Dongling family's true strength is even stronger than the Lan and Yi families. It's just that they rarely show it. The other families are also very powerful. The Dongling clan focuses on pill concoction, the Lan clan focuses on artifact crafting, and the Yi clan focuses on controlling the resources of the Sea realm. Mu Yu said seriously, from the top 10 families to the last, as well as the other powerful forces and families. Li Lingtian was not in the least bit anxious as he sipped his Yunfeng tea nonchalantly. He secretly memorized the information in his mind. These pieces of information were very important. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy would ensure victory. Although he did not provoke these families, he had to be on guard. Not bad, very good, this is your reward. Mu Yu was stunned when Li Lingtian took out 2,000 lower spiritual stones. She was secretly shocked. Could these spiritual stones be for her? However, Li Lingtian was even more shocked when he said that. He did not expect that he had guessed correctly that the spiritual stones were for him. When he saw the 2,000 spirit stones, his heart skipped a beat. Even he might not be able to earn these spirit stones in a year. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Mu Yu received the spirit stones and thanked them profusely. With so many spirit stones, she could cultivate for a period of time. He did not expect to earn so many spirit stones in just over an hour. Find me an empty mansion, a quiet place. It's best if it's a good, spacious mansion that's suitable for cultivation. But if it's done, you'll get a lot of benefits. Li Lingtian said. Since he had come to Qinglan City, he must first find a place to settle down. Staying in an inn was not a solution. If he had his own mansion, it would be much more convenient to do things in the future. Young master has instructed me to do my best to find out. But young master, if I find a good mansion, how will one contact you? Mu Yu was excited again. She had just told him some news and received so much compensation. If she could find a good mansion, she would definitely get more. A disciple like him had sharp eyes. He could tell at a glance that Li Lingtian was a rich man. Usually, such a person only cared about what he got and did not care about spiritual stones. 5 days later, you only have one chance. One want the best mansion, the place with the best spiritual energy, and the best environment. I'll be here in 5 days. If you don't do it right now, you won't be paid for 5 days. Li Lingtian stood up and turned to leave after he finished speaking, leaving behind a dazed Mu Yu. He didn't expect this young master to be so overbearing. He wanted the best of everything and didn't even mention the price. In Qinglan City, there were all kinds of things. It depended on whether you had the ability or not and whether you had spirit stones. After Li Lingtian left the tea house, he strolled around the city and bought a few beautiful accessories. There were also some things that girls would use. After buying all these, Li Lingtian shook his head helplessly. He was a dignified martial arts grandmaster, yet he had become a little girl's nanny. He wondered when this little girl would be sensible. When they returned, the sky was already dark. Young master. Big brother. Qingling and Ji were overjoyed to see Li Lingtian return. Ji walked up and held Li Lingtian's hand with a pout. She was worried sick about her big brother since he had been out for so long. Here, this is for you. Li Lingtian handed the storage pouch containing the girl's belongings to Ji and poked Ji's forehead with a loving expression. I saw this accessory when one just came back, so one bought one for each of you. Li Lingtian took out 2 exquisite accessories and handed them to Qingling and Ji respectively. Thank you, young master. Thank you, big brother. The 2 girls were overjoyed. It was the first time someone had bought them something. Although Li Lingtian had bought clothes with them before, it was different from now. In the end, both of them asked Li Lingtian to help them put it on, leaving him speechless. Big brother, what's inside this? Ji asked as he sent his spirit sense into the storage bag. After he finished reading, his face turned red, which made Qingling curious. However, Li Lingtian was left speechless and could only stand by the side. He could not do anything about the insensible Ji. Qingling was also curious. In the end, Ji passed the storage bag to Qingling. At a glance, her face was also flushed red, but she was really envious. Inside the storage bag were all the clothes that Ji had worn. He had been too busy in Xuenyang City last time, so he hadn't bought much. Since he was currently outside, he had only brought some along. He did not expect the 2 little girls to be so generous, making him feel extremely awkward. Hey, when will you grow up? Li Lingtian shook his head speechlessly and changed the topic. He stroked Ji's hair before returning to his room. Big brother, what's wrong with Ji? Upon hearing Li Lingtian's words, Ji scratched his head in confusion and shouted at Li Lingtian, thinking that he had angered him. Miss, what young master means is that in the future, girls should do their own things. After all, he's a man. It's not convenient for him to buy clothes for you alone. Moreover, after Miss gets married, you have to take care of yourself. Qingling looked at Ji and smiled, telling Ji seriously. However, Ji's words stunned Qingling. I'm not getting married. I'll just follow Big Brother. That if anyone dares to look at me, I'll get Big Brother to kill him. Ji said seriously. In his heart, his big brother was his family. No one could replace him. He didn't want to marry anyone. She was an elven princess, so she naturally wouldn't marry a mortal. Even if she did, she would marry her big brother. Miss, aren't you the young master's sister? Qingling was shocked. They were all girls, so she naturally understood Ji's thoughts. Although Ji didn't say it out loud, she could feel that this young lady's heart was definitely on young master. If that was the case, then young miss would not be young master's biological sister. Yes, I'm big brother's junior sister. Big brother saved me. You will know in the future. Ji nodded. He was saved by his big brother, who was the heir of his father and the young master of the fairy clan. However, she didn't say anything about her identity. Although she didn't have much contact with him, Ge was extremely smart. Very few people could be as smart as her. I see. Qingling had an I see expression on her face. She also knew that young master's matters couldn't be easily inquired about. If this continued, the young miss would definitely be with the young master. She couldn't help but feel sour in her heart. Following that, Li Lingtian cultivated in his room. When he was free, he would rest in the courtyard. It was a blessing in life to be accompanied by two peerless beauties. A few days later, Li Lingtian similarly left the inn alone and went to the tea house by the plaza. When he arrived at the tea house, Mu Yu was already waiting for him. Mu Yu's face lit up when he saw Li Lingtian's arrival. He had been worried that if Li Lingtian did not show up, his hard work over the past few days would be wasted. In the past few days, they had searched almost half of the western part of the city for this mansion. Qinglan City was too big. Even if warrior spirits disciples kept searching, they could only search the big places in the West City once. Fortunately, he had finally found two good places. The conditions were in line with Li Lingtian's requirements, but the price was too high, so much so that he was afraid. Young master, you're here. Mu Yu stood up and bowed respectfully to Li Lingtian. It was not strange to be too polite. Yes, how is it? Li Lingtian nodded and sat down. He glanced at Mu Yu intentionally or unintentionally. Judging from her expression, she must be confident or else she would not have come here. Young master, I've searched the entire West City during this period of time and found a few mansions for sale. However, the prices are too high. I wonder how much you can offer. Mu Yu probed Li Lingtian, worried that the price would be too high and she would have wasted her trip. The price is not a problem. Take me to take a look. Li Lingtian waved his hand. The price was not a problem for him at all. As long as he liked that place, it didn't matter how many spirit stones he had. Then I'll take you to the most expensive place. Although the price there is very high, the environment there is very good. Mu Yu stood up and spoke respectfully. After Li Lingtian stood up, she led the way. The two of them quickly walked toward the edge of the western city. Although there was no ban on flying in the city, ordinary martial artists chose to walk when they came to the city. An hour later, Mu Yu brought Li Lingtian to the edge of the West City's sky screen lake. It was a lake with a radius of 100 miles. Soon, Mu Yu stopped in front of a mansion. Li Lingtian began to size it up with his divine perception. The entire mansion was the size of 10 football fields. It was such a big mansion with a garden, a fake mountain, and a lake. Everything was available. It was a mansion of a super aristocratic family. However, he did not know why this mansion was for sale. Li Lingtian was extremely satisfied with the mansion. The spirit chi was extremely rich and the environment was excellent. It was suitable for cultivation and alchemy. P.S. I recommend my friend's work. One hand covers the immortal. Chapter 299. Old Man Dugumu. From the outside, this mansion looked very good. The main reason was that the environment here was elegant and suitable for martial artists to cultivate. It was even more suitable for alchemy, and the spiritual chi was also dense. However, Li Lingtian could not understand why the original owner would give up on such a good place. He was puzzled by this. Young master, please come in. Mu Yu led Li Lingtian to the main door. An elderly guard opened the huge stone door at the main door and allowed Li Lingtian and his companion to enter. After entering, Li Lingtian took a closer look at the mansion. The mansion looked like it was a few hundred years old, but the interior was in perfect condition. Man-made lakes, fake mountains, and so on were all available. Such a mansion was definitely the wealth of a large family. Now that it was being sold, he was really puzzled. What's the price? Also, why did the previous owner of this mansion sell this mansion? Li Lingtian spoke calmly as he looked at Mu Yu. He had to get to the bottom of this matter. The price did not matter, but he had to figure out the identity of the owner of the house to avoid trouble. Young master, the original owner said that the price was 5 billion. It's not a small sum. The owner of this house used to be a big family, but it seems like he was summoned back later. The entire family moved, so he left this mansion behind. When Mu Yu heard Li Lingtian asking for the price, she carefully stated it. 5 billion, not 500,000. Even if it was 500,000, it was not something he could touch with his status. Even a large family might not be able to fork out 5 billion, let alone a young master. After saying that, she looked at Li Lingtian's face, curious to see the change in Li Lingtian's expression after hearing the price. However, Li Lingtian's expression did not change in the slightest. This disappointed Mu Yu as she wondered what Li Lingtian thought of the price. Let the person who made the transaction tell this young master that this young master wants this mansion. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he walked toward the pavilion in the man-made lake. He then sat down in the pavilion to enjoy the scenery of the lake. Mu Yu was shocked when she saw that Li Lingtian wanted this mansion. Even if Li Lingtian were to bargain with the person in charge of this mansion, it would not be much less than a few billion spiritual stones. To be able to take out billions, what kind of concept was that? After pondering for a moment, he walked towards the door and came to the old man's place. It was unknown what he was talking to the old man. Following that, the old man followed Mu Yu to the pavilion where Li Lingtian was. Young master, this mansion was built by the old butler. All the title deeds and property rights of this mansion are in his hands. Mu Yu introduced the old man to Li Lingtian before taking a few steps back to allow the old man to discuss with Li Lingtian. Hello, young master. I am Dugu Mu, the manager of this mansion. Since the clan head and the others have left, one have also left this place. If it wasn't for this mansion, I would have left long ago. Dugu Mu greeted Li Lingtian with a nod but did not bow. This surprised Li Lingtian. In the divine martial continent, the strong were revered regardless of age. Yet, this old man was behaving in a manner that was neither humble nor respectful in front of Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian was taken aback. Dugu Mu was obviously from a large family. The fact that he was able to entrust such a mansion to an elder meant that the elder must have a high status. I accept the price of this mansion because I want to know why you want to sell this mansion. Li Lingtian glanced at Dugu Mu before shifting his gaze to the lake. He was waiting for the old man's reply. The price was only 5 billion. To others, it was a shocking figure, but it was nothing in front of him. Patriarch doesn't have any enemies in the Azure continent. When we return to the main clan, we won't need this place anymore. The old man said simply and did not say anything else. All right, 5 billion. One want this mansion. Li Lingtian stood up. The old man spoke in a straightforward manner and understood what he meant. It was fine as long as he did not have any enemies. He did not want to be wronged. Since there was no problem with the mansion, there was no problem with the price. Mu Yu, who was standing at the side, saw that the two of them had actually decided on it with just a few words. They did not mention the price at all. All of this was completely beyond his imagination. 5 billion was such a huge sum, and he did not even mention the price. Just a little less would be enough for him to use for a lifetime. Next, the old man took out all the title deeds and property rights, as well as the blueprints of the mansion's buildings. There were also countless jade slips, all of which were the spell formations and restrictions in the mansion. Half an hour later, everything in the mansion was handed over to Li Lingtian. Without hesitation, Li Lingtian counted the 5 billion spiritual stones and handed them to Dugu Mu. After the transaction, Dugu Mu handed the 10,000 spiritual stones to Mu Yu and left. Li Lingtian did not realize that the old man had disappeared mysteriously after he left the mansion's main entrance. There was no spatial fluctuation at all, as if he had never appeared. This is your reward. If you're willing, I'll give you a chance. 1 foot 11 inches arrange this mansion for you and re-inventory this place. Li Lingtian tossed the 100,000 spiritual stones over and looked at Mu Yu. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. This lowly one is willing to sacrifice myself for young master. Mu Yu was stunned and immediately became excited. There would definitely be benefits if she followed such a figure. Moreover, she was the first to arrive at such a huge mansion. In the future, with his status here, those who looked down on him in the past would also look at him in a new light. Here's 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. I'll be staying here in 3 days. Li Lingtian tossed a storage pouch over as soon as he finished speaking. He then turned around and left the mansion. Naturally, he would not threaten a warrior spirit disciple. If this pair of disciples dared to escape with the spiritual stones, they would be dead meat. The more he behaved like this, the more this warrior spirit disciple would not dare to act recklessly. This was a type of psychology. When Li Lingtian returned to the inn, he saw that Qing Ling and Ji Yi were still cultivating. He did not disturb them and entered his room to cultivate. During this period of time, he had been cultivating the heaven and earth reincarnation technique continuously. He had refined the pills into true qi and finally reached rank 9 martial arts grandmaster. The difference between a tier 9 martial arts grandmaster and a tier 8 martial arts grandmaster was like the difference between heaven and earth. Now, it was even easier to control skills and treasures. His cultivation was improving, his skills were improving, and all kinds of treasures were automatically nourishing in his dantian. He did not have to worry. The only thing he needed to do was to train and practice his skills. He had even more time to comprehend the pill techniques and recipes. He had already refined the medicinal pill with the 5th grade pill formula. Now, he needed to refine the 6th grade dust cleansing pill. This pill formula was obtained from the ancient cave dwelling. The wonder of the pill was also a top-notch existence among the 6th grade. On this day, Li Lingtian left the inn with Ji Yi and Qing Ling and headed toward the mansion. Along the way up the mountain, countless warriors were stunned. If their gazes could kill, Li Lingtian would have died countless times over. Wow, what a huge mansion! Qing Ling was stunned when she saw everything in the mansion. Even the big families in Moonrise City would find it hard to compete with this mansion. Ji Yi didn't mind because she wasn't interested in these things. Also, the environment of the immortal spirit realm was definitely like a fairyland. This place could only be described as a place to settle down. A place with Li Lingtian was a good place. Young master, is this mansion ours? Qing Ling turned to Li Lingtian in surprise and asked expectantly. If there was such a place, it would be as good as a top-notch cave abode in Moonrise City in the future. Yes, I'll buy this place. We'll live here from now on. Li Lingtian smiled and nodded before leading Ji Yi and the other two inside. At this moment, Mu Yu ran up and bowed respectfully to Li Lingtian. She was also stunned when she looked at Qing Ling and Ji Yi, but she quickly sensed something. Greetings, young master. After Mu Yu bowed to Li Lingtian, she revealed a curious expression. She wondered how the two peerless beauties beside Li Lingtian should be addressed. This is my younger sister. Her name is Qing Ling. She is my personal maid. If you have any questions, you can ask her in the future. She represents me. Li Lingtian spoke indifferently as he walked in. When he mentioned Qing Ling, he emphasized that she could handle the matters in the mansion when he cultivated in the future. Greetings, Mississippi. Greetings, Miss Qing Ling. Mu Yu was stunned for a moment and quickly greeted Ji Yi and Qing Ling. Although Qing Ling was only young master's maid, she was his personal maid and could represent young master. He naturally didn't dare to offend her. Mu Yu led Li Lingtian to the courtyard at the back. The place had been tidied up. It was originally the residence of the family head's family, so they didn't need to take care of it. At the back was a separate courtyard, which was almost a condensed version of the mansion. Li Lingtian was surprised by the luxurious environment. Subsequently, Li Lingtian and the other two stayed in the backyard. Li Lingtian had turned the place into a restricted area, and no one was allowed to enter. Mu Yu could live with other servants outside, but there were only 20 maids and a dozen servants in the mansion. These people specialized in taking care of the mansion. It would take a few days just to take care of such a large mansion. Within a few days, Li Lingtian and the other two had gotten used to the place. Li Lingtian also began to cultivate earnestly and comprehend alchemy. If he wanted to gain a foothold here, he had to have his own strength. This time, he could not be too ostentatious. If it was the same as Moonrise City, he would cry to death. That would not be too unjust. In soliciting Moon City, the other forces did not dare to provoke the divine pill dispensary. Even the Yen clan had been wiped out by him. However, in the end, he had offended the House of Storms and the Ping clan. If he were to get into trouble in Qinglan City, things would not be so simple. Qinglan City was tens of thousands of times larger than Moonrise City. Chapter 300, Alchemist Conference, 1. In the mansion, Li Lingtian and the other two were cultivating in peace. Mu Yu was in charge of the matters below, and there were also 40 to 50 servants. For such a large mansion, dozens of servants were extremely rare. However, Li Lingtian did not need too many servants as Mu Yu was in charge of these matters. This mansion had also been changed to the Li Mansion. Even if the owner of such a place changed, no one would notice. Days passed, and the mansion was extremely quiet. Some of the servants were also given cultivation resources, and the dozens of servants were extremely grateful to Li Lingtian. On this day, Li Lingtian had just finished cultivating. When he heard the commotion outside, he smiled curiously and strolled out. When he arrived at the front courtyard, he saw dozens of servants discussing something and looking very excited. When they saw Li Lingtian come out, they stopped in their tracks and hurried forward to greet him. "Greetings, young master." Dozens of servants and maids bowed respectfully. Although Li Lingtian had brought them along well and they never lacked cultivation resources, they dared not be rude to this young master. What were you guys talking about? It's so lively." Li Lingtian nodded with a smile. He then sat on a stone bench and looked at the servants and maids. When they arrived at the mansion, with these servants in the mansion, the entire mansion would become more lively. "Young master, the alchemist grand meeting that is held once every 10 years in Qinglan City is about to begin. The meeting will begin in 5 days. Any alchemist can participate. If you win the championship, you will receive a generous reward, as well as an alchemist badge issued by the Alchemist Guild. Furthermore, as long as one becomes an alchemy grandmaster, they can also obtain the certification of an alchemy grandmaster." A servant reported the news from outside. Every time the alchemy grand meeting was held, countless young geniuses would appear. These people were also the targets that every faction would fight over. Moreover, this would directly affect the distribution of medicinal pill resources in the next 10 years in Qinglan City. After the servant's explanation, Li Lingtian finally understood that the so-called Alchemist Convention was a time for alchemists to be certified. The Alchemist Guild was one of the few super forces in the divine martial continent. Such a guild was not a single force, but countless powerful alchemist organizations. In other words, this was an alliance of alchemists. Once an alchemist joined the Alchemist Guild, no one would dare to offend the alchemist easily, because the alchemist also had companions. In the divine martial continent, there were many others who tried to stop them, such as the Weapon Refinery Guild, the Mercenary Guild, the Alchemist Guild, and the Array Dao Guild. These guilds were the top forces in the divine martial continent. The Alchemist Guild did not even appear in Green Island because the strength of Green Island did not have the qualifications to establish an Alchemist Guild at all. Even in the Azure continent, there were only 4 Alchemist Guilds. These 4 Alchemist Guilds only existed in the 4 super cities. There was an Alchemist Guild in Qinglan City. Although it was only a branch, it was powerful and no one dared to provoke it. Offending this guild was equivalent to offending the entire divine martial continent's Alchemist Guild. "Call Mu Yu over." Li Lingtian pondered for a moment. Since he had nothing better to do, he would like to verify his alchemy skills with these proud alchemists to see if there was any difference between his alchemy skills and other alchemy skills. It was not good to work behind closed doors. Alchemy exchange was absolutely indispensable for alchemists. In the past, they simply did not have the time. Moreover, He mainly spent his time on cultivation. As for alchemy, it was all for the sake of refining medicinal pills for himself. Now that there was an opportunity, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Moreover, there was an important problem. After he entered the Alchemist Guild, his future would be much smoother. Soon, Mu Yu jogged over and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, young master." He was about to get angry when he heard that someone was disturbing him. However, when he heard that young master was looking for him, his anger was instantly extinguished. He was extremely worried. He didn't know what he had done wrong to let young master summon him directly. Give this young master a name. 1 foot 11 inches. Go and have some fun too. Let's see what kind of genius alchemist will appear. Li Lingtian had a smile on his face as if he did not care at all. Li Lingtian was the only one who could call refining pills a game. All the servants' faces turned green. Their young master actually thought of alchemy as a game. They were really speechless. Young master wants to participate in the Grand Alchemist meeting. Mu Yu was stunned. Although the threshold to participate in this alchemist grand meeting was very low, if a martial artist who wasn't an alchemist participated, they would be severely punished. His young master was powerful, but he had never seen his young master cultivate or refine pills. Your current job is getting better and better. Li Lingtian glared at Mu Yu with a sharp gaze. Mu Yu felt a chill run down her spine as if she had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Please forgive me, young master. Please forgive me. Mu Yu's heart was about to die. If she provoked young master, she would lose her job. Young master had never failed before and everything was under his control. It seemed that he wanted to see the world by participating in the alchemist grand meeting. Just this time, Li Lingtian stood up and turned around to head to the backyard. Since he was going to participate in the alchemist grand meet, he should go through his alchemy skills so that he would not panic. Although the Dongling family in Qinglong City was not as powerful as the Yi family and the Lan family on the surface, they were extremely powerful in secret. One of the main reasons was that the Dongling family had 7 spirit alchemists. The entire clan focused on pill refinement. There were 7 spirit alchemists, hundreds of pill grandmasters, and thousands of pill masters. Almost all of the disciples below could refine pills. Such a family had countless loyal guards and countless super experts. The Dongling clan had tens of thousands of years of history in Qinglong City, and had always controlled the pill resources in Qinglong City. Even the pill shops opened by alchemists from other factions would be suppressed by the Dongling clan. The final victor of every grand alchemist meet would always belong to the Dongling clan. Even if there were external alchemists, they would still join the Dongling clan in the end. After this alchemist grand meeting ends, it will be time for my Dongling clan to reshuffle the ranks of the Azure Mist City. Get everyone ready to wipe out the Yi clan and Lan clan in one fell swoop. Dongling Mutian said coldly. His face was filled with cruelty and coldness. His entire body emitted a shocking aura, as if he was the ruler of the world. The Dongling family had been in hiding for tens of thousands of years. They were finally going to regain their glory. The Yi and Lan families had always been suppressing the Dongling family, but no one could see the Dongling family's strength clearly. Even the Yi and Lan families didn't dare to make a move against the Dongling family. Furthermore, there was another problem. The 7 spirit alchemists of the Dongling clan were members of the Alchemist Guild. If they were to touch the Dongling clan, they would also offend the Alchemist Guild. Clan leader, it's not difficult to wipe out the Lan clan and the Yi clan. Our Dongling clan's dark nether pill can cause a martial honor to temporarily lose their cultivation. By then, hee. Dongling Yunqing chuckled as he spoke. It was as if he saw that the Qinglong City belonged to his Dongling clan. In the secret room of the Dongling clan, a dozen core members were discussing. A conspiracy was slowly spreading out, and behind the calm, there was a huge wave. Qinglong City became more and more lively. Countless alchemists from the surrounding cities rushed over to verify their pill dowge. In the entire Azure continent, there were only 4 alchemist guilds. Moreover, there would only be an alchemist guild meeting every 10 years. Some alchemists who thought that their alchemy skills were powerful naturally wanted to have an alchemist guild badge. With an alchemist badge, one's worth skyrocketed because having the badge of the Alchemist Guild also proved that one was a truly powerful alchemist. All of a sudden, the entire Qinglan city was unprecedentedly lively. Every inn was overcrowded. The Qinglan Square was 100 miles wide. There were countless alchemists around the square. The Alchemist Guild was established here because the spirit qi and the earth core fire here were suitable for alchemy. Every pill refining room was sealed by countless restrictions. This way, no one would fake or cause trouble. At the center of the square was a high platform with a radius of 200 meters. On the high platform were countless densely packed seats. Those who could sit in these seats were either martial honors, top-notch martial emperors, or representatives of large families and forces, as well as representatives of families who had traveled all over the city. In other words, the people who were able to have a seat on the high platform were all experts of the Azure continent, and they were all famous figures. Early in the morning, the Green Mist Square was filled with people. Although the first day of the alchemy competition was only an elimination, countless martial artists wanted to see the famous experts of the Azure continent. One heard that this time, the Heavenly Wind Spirit Pillmaster is going to test the strength of a peak level 6 Spirit Pillmaster. Not only that, it seems like countless super experts have come this time. Moreover, the experts of the 10 great families and the 3 great forces have all come. Really? It's going to be lively this time. The pill refiner who is hosting this round is a super pill refiner sent by Qingyun Realm. One think he is a pill saint. Other than a saint alchemist, there are also 10 level 6 spirit alchemists. The lineup this time really isn't small. The Grand Alchemist meet this time is so powerful. One wonder who will be the champion and become the Alchemist King this time. There were discussions everywhere. Countless cultivators had chosen the best seats and were waiting for the arrival of some of the Azure continent's super experts. Early in the morning, Li Lingtian left the mansion with Qing Ling and Ji Yi, followed by a dozen servants. Ji Yi was wearing a cloak made of light gauze. Although it covered Ji Yi's peerless appearance, it could not hide her peerless charm. Even without looking at her face, seeing her exquisite body and her mysterious and beautiful temperament made her even more mysterious. Her temperament and grace could not be concealed. Li Lingtian did not wish for Ji Yi's beauty to attract the attention of the world. It would be troublesome if Ji Yi caused trouble for him. Although Ji Yi wasn't willing, he felt relieved when he thought that no one would be able to see him after he wore the veil. In her heart, she hated those people's gazes. She could only let her big brother see them. Chapter 301, Pillmaster Yun Yuan 1. Wow, so many people. It's too lively here. Looking at the sea of people on Qinglan Square, Ji Yi exclaimed. She had never seen so many people before. There were at least tens of thousands of people here. It was impossible to find a person buried inside. Qing Ling was also extremely excited when she saw such a lively place. She had never seen such a scene before. Mu Yu led Li Lingtian and the others to the center of the plaza. He had already arranged for someone to find a spot there. Although it could not be compared to the high platform, this seat was still very good. It was the best grandstand. If one wanted to go to the high platform, this was not a problem that could be solved by spirit stones, because only people with status could go up. As soon as Li Lingtian and the others found their positions, a series of figures flashed in the air and a powerful aura filled the space. Countless experts came to the high platform. In just a moment, more than half of the 300 seats on the high platform were occupied. Only a few seats were empty. Moreover, these empty seats were all at the front. Swoosh, 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 swoosh swoosh swoosh. The air trembled again as 10 elders flew over. After arriving on the high platform, the 10 elders looked at each other and nodded in greeting. Everyone knew that these 10 old men were one of the judges, the spirit alchemists. The great alchemist meet that happens once every 10 years is just about to begin. At this moment, the leader of the Dongling clan, Dongling Mutian, announced loudly. As one of the major clans of the Azure Mist City and an alchemy clan, the Dongling clan would naturally be present in this grand event. Please welcome Pill Master Yun Yuan of the Immortal Realm. The Eastern Tu Mutian simply announced the start of the Alchemist Grand Meeting, and then he respectfully called out to the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, countless ancient martial art practitioners below were boiling. What kind of existence was a saint alchemist? He was a godlike existence in alchemy. Not only that, this saint alchemist was also an expert from the immortal realms. His status was extremely transcendent. Even the three supreme powers of the northern Dark Azure continent wouldn't dare to easily offend him. Your Excellency Alchemy Saint. There really is a saint alchemist. You're an alchemist who refines grade 7 pills. Even a martial honor or martial emperor can't raise their cultivation without a grade 7 pill. Alchemy Saint. There's no alchemy saint in the Azure continent. I heard that this pill master is one of the top 10 pill masters in the immortal realm. A saint alchemist is an existence that even a martial emperor would not easily offend. For a moment, before the saint alchemist appeared, countless warriors began to discuss enviously. No one was not envious and respectful. A saint alchemist was a godlike existence in the alchemy path. This was a true pill refiner, refining a level 7 pill. No matter how trashy a level 7 pill was, it was not something a level 6 could compare to. There was an insurmountable gap between rank 6 and rank 7. Li Lingtian was extremely curious as well, but he was not envious at all. It was just that he did not have enough time. If he could improve his strength, he might become a holy alchemist as well. Naturally, he did not know how rare a saint alchemist was. Even in a place like the Azure continent, where there were many experts, there was not a single saint alchemist. Alchemy saint masters gathered in the distant and mysterious divine continent. Most of the time, these alchemy saint masters were in the immortal realm. A light shield appeared in the sky, and a white-bearded elder floated over. He looked like a celestial being in the immortal realm, with a faint smile on his face. Your Excellency, Pill Saint. Your Excellency, Pill Saint. Countless cheers rang out, and every martial artist had a crazy expression on their faces. The existence of a saint alchemist was even more transcendent than a 9th-level martial honored realm expert. They could even be called an existence like a martial emperor. Li Lingtian was equally shocked. Although the old man was protected by a light shield, he was emanating a powerful alchemy Dao aura. Moreover, he could not tell the cultivation strength of this old man at all. He did not know what realm he had reached. After Pill Master Yun Yuan arrived at the high platform, he extended his hand to greet all the martial artists and then sat on the high platform. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, but this trace of expression disappeared in a flash. No one noticed at all that a saint alchemist of the immortal realm naturally looked down on these trash martial artists. Following that, the representatives of the 3 super forces arrived one after another. There were also representatives of the large families from other cities who arrived on the high platform one after another. Half an hour later, the high platform was filled with people. Li Lingtian scanned the platform with his divine perception and found that the people on the platform were either martial emperors, martial honors, alchemists, or some super-favored sons of heaven. This time, the Grand Alchemist Meet will be held once every 10 years. Just like the past, the participating alchemists will go through the first round of the competition and concoct the best pills in the shortest amount of time possible. Those who fail will be eliminated. After everyone arrived, Dongling Mutian announced the rules of the competition. Following that, Li Lingtian handed Little White to Ge and instructed the two of them to wait there while he walked forward alone. If he wanted to participate in the competition, he would naturally start from the very beginning with a first-grade medicinal pill. When he arrived at the waiting area for the competition, Li Lingtian was stunned. There were thousands of people competing. How long would it take for such a competition? However, he soon understood that these pill refiners were all competing in batches. The first round is a test of a first-grade vitality pill. The Eastern Tu Mutian announced the name of the pill. Then, the 1,500th person entered the ranks of the alchemists. Li Lingtian was resting on the spot. Those who entered the alchemist class would receive a token and prepare their own materials and cauldrons. Li Lingtian's face was filled with helplessness when he saw these alchemists. He did not know how long he would have to wait for his turn with thousands of people. Then, he closed his eyes and meditated, not worrying about the competition. Finally, after 3 hours, it was Li Lingtian's turn. The place where Li Lingtian was at was also the last batch of alchemists. Although Li Lingtian was meditating during this period of time, he had a clear understanding of the outside world. The time limit for a first-grade medicinal pill was half an hour. If it was more than half an hour, one would lose the qualification to compete and would also be eliminated. When Li Lingtian entered the apothecary hall, he saw that there was no obstruction at all as the entire place was filled with the geocentric flame. Every apothecary had chosen their own place. In such a place, it was simply impossible to refine pills in peace. It seemed that this competition was also a test of the state of mind of an alchemist. An alchemist's state of mind was inextricably linked to his alchemy skills. If he couldn't even refine a grade 1 pill in such a place, he wouldn't be considered a qualified alchemist. There were 500 alchemists at a time, and Li Lingtian's batch had 700 alchemists. A huge alchemist was not so much an alchemist as a small square. All the warriors sat on the ground and began to choose the materials. Time was very important in refining pills. If they exceeded the time limit, they would be eliminated. Beside Li Lingtian, a young man had a look of disdain on his face. He did not even bother with the other alchemists. Instead, he played with the cauldron in his hand in a leisurely manner. Li Lingtian watched as the other alchemists began to refine elixirs with a faint smile on his face. He did not seem to mind at all. It was just a first-grade essence cultivating pill, and it didn't even take a few minutes. In the past, he only needed 10 minutes to refine a cauldron of essence cultivating pills. Now that his cultivation and alchemy Dao had improved, he only needed a few minutes to refine essence cultivating pills. Humph! The young alchemist snorted softly when he saw that Li Lingtian did not start refining. His alchemy skills were powerful, so there was naturally no need to be so anxious. Li Lingtian did not react. Instead, he wore a faint smile on his face as he looked around at the other refining techniques. This was a rare opportunity. He had never seen anyone refine pills before. Naturally, he would not waste this opportunity. As the seconds ticked by, Li Lingtian did not start refining the pills. The young man beside him did not seem to have any intention of making a move. The two of them seemed to be wasting time. Some alchemists also saw that the two of them did not make a move. On the high platform, on a huge crystal stone, the alchemists could see everything clearly. They were puzzled when they saw that Li Lingtian and the young man did not make a move. 10 minutes passed. 15 minutes passed. A trace of anger appeared on the young man's face. Could it be that this fellow did not want to compete anymore? It had already been 15 minutes, yet he still did not make a move. The fastest he could do was 12 minutes. Let's see how long you can last. The young man couldn't hold it in any longer and said coldly. He still had a few minutes to waste. When the time came, he would see how he would be eliminated if he couldn't refine it. At that time he would still let him be arrogant. Idiot! Li Lingtian shot the young man a disdainful look before he spoke coldly. He didn't want to go against this young man. In other places, he didn't dare to say anything, but in alchemy, he really didn't fear anyone. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant when you're eliminated. Dongling Hao coldly spoke. A trace of killing intent rose in his heart. He had actually been scolded by this young man. When had the lofty Dongling Hao ever been scolded like this? Li Lingtian did not say another word. He wanted to see how long this fellow could last. Time flew by quickly. 18 minutes had passed and Dongling Hao could no longer remain calm as he glared at Li Lingtian. This time was his limit. If he did not make a move now, he would be eliminated this time. He had already regarded Li Lingtian as someone who had given up on himself. Otherwise, why would he not start refining pills now? He didn't believe that there was anyone who could concoct pills faster than him. He snorted coldly and threw the cauldron. The cauldron floated above the geocentric flame, and all kinds of medicinal herbs were thrown in. Dongling Hao is indeed the genius of the Dongling Pill clan. His pill concocting skills are so proficient that he has entered a state of selflessness when concocting pills. Not bad. The Dongling family has another spirit pill master. You dare to make a move after 18 minutes. You're pretty confident. But that young man didn't make a move. Is he going to give up? That he should have given up. At first, one thought that this young man was going to fight with Dongling Hao. So it turns out that he was going to give up. For a moment, some of the experts on the high platform discussed with smiles on their faces. Now that Dongling Hao had made his move but Li Lingtian had not, everyone assumed that Li Lingtian had given up. Chapter 302. Shocking Pill Technique 1. Not only RHE experts on the high platform, but even the martial artists on the square could see everything inside the alchemist. Because there were also a few huge crystal stones in the square, everything inside could be seen clearly. Seeing Li Lingtian give up just like that, they were filled with contempt. As an alchemist, he actually gave up during the competition. Moreover, he was still so arrogant after giving up. Even he felt embarrassed. What's wrong with Big Brother? Why aren't you attacking? Ge grew anxious when she saw that Li Lingtian was still standing there without making a move. Although she did not care about anything, she still thought that her big brother was the best. Young master disdains to compete with these people. Qingling said as she stood beside Ge. She was the one who shocked Li Lingtian's speed and quality of alchemy. This little bit of time was not a problem for Li Lingtian. 20 minutes had passed, and many martial artists had already left the alchemist. They either failed or left successfully. For those who failed, 20 minutes had passed, so it was naturally impossible for them to refine pills again. As the numerous alchemists gradually left, the warriors on the square and the powerhouses on the platform no longer paid any attention to Li Lingtian because he had given up. However, at this moment, someone exclaimed, Is he going to refine pills? It was unknown if it was from the high platform or the plaza, but a voice rang out. Instantly, everyone looked into the crystal and toward Li Lingtian's seat. The young man who was supposed to give up the competition took out a palm-sized pill cauldron at a moderate speed. Then, he looked at the cauldron seriously and waved his hand. The cauldron floated in the air and a flame was cast from his hand to quickly warm it. He wants to refine pills. 20 minutes have passed and you're only taking action now? Isn't this a joke? Don't tell me he doesn't use the core fire. He wants to use his own primordial fire to concoct pills. He's not simple. Alchemists who use primordial fire to concoct pills are not simple. Countless warriors and powerhouses were looking at Li Lingtian. All eyes were focused on him. Even Pill Master Yun Yuan, who had been keeping his eyes closed and not speaking, opened his eyes because of the noise from the people outside. A trace of impatience appeared on his face, but when he saw the situation inside the crystal, he could not help but become serious. Li Lingtian calculated the time and realized that it was about time to begin. He could refine it in a few minutes, but he could not afford to be careless. Otherwise, he would lose face if he was eliminated in the first round. With a flick of his consciousness, the heaven and earth creation cauldron appeared in his hand. Then, the power of the flames of the flaming sacred body circulated. It was obviously impossible to refine pills by relying on the earth core flame. Only by controlling the flames himself could he be confident and easily control them. Warming the cauldron, selecting the medicinal herbs, and placing them in. His technique was refined and practiced, and his proficiency was almost like flowing water. There was no pause at all. He flipped his hands and cast spells one after another. The flames under the cauldron kept changing like an obedient child. Dongling Hao, who was beside him, felt a wave of disdain when he saw Li Lingtian attempting to refine pills. However, when he saw Li Lingtian's technique and speed, he was stunned. This technique was definitely something that could only be mastered after a long time of practice. Even a grandmaster would not be able to match this technique. However, he still could not believe that Li Lingtian would succeed. Outside, on the square and on the high platform, All the cultivators were stunned. All of this was not alchemy at all, but an art that made people's minds follow the movements of those slender and clean hands. What exquisite techniques! Lan He and the alchemist were stunned by Li Lingtian's technique. This kind of technique was definitely what a pill refiner pursued. Even if the refinement was unsuccessful, just this technique alone would conquer everyone. He's really well hidden. He actually treats alchemy as an art. He's not simple. It depends on whether he can refine the medicinal pill in this short amount of time. It's absolutely unimaginable to refine a pill in 10 minutes. Big Brother's pill refining technique is so beautiful. There was a flurry of discussion outside. Ji was also stunned. She had seen Li Lingtian refine pills before, but she did not pay much attention to it. Now it seemed that his technique was too beautiful. It had nothing to do with alchemy at all, but in everyone's hearts, it was a rigid image. How could they associate such an art together? Pill completed. Collect the pills. Li Lingtian's face was filled with concentration as he refined all 7 herbs. His divine consciousness was focused on the medicinal liquid as the flames in his hand intensified and the cauldron began to spin. In a moment, a series of light shadows flashed. Li Lingtian's divine consciousness moved and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. A suction force sucked the light shadow into it before he put away the cauldron and turned around to leave. When they left, they handed the pills they had refined to the 2 spirit alchemists at the door. Every successful pill refiner had to leave the pills they had refined so that they could be evaluated. 6 minutes. An alchemist said numbly. After he finished speaking, he couldn't believe what he had just said. 6 minutes was simply nonsense. It was not alchemy, and it was not a joke because no one could refine pills in 6 minutes. Not only him, all the martial artists in the square were stunned. 6 minutes. The pill refinement is over? 1. 6 minutes. Was it a success or a failure? It should have failed. Who can refine a medicinal pill in 6 minutes? That's not right. It's impossible to keep a pill that has failed to be refined. To successfully refine it in 6 minutes. Isn't this too terrifying? The refinement is completed just like that. All the warriors who witnessed Li Lingtian's refining process were mesmerized by his exquisite technique. However, they stopped in the end. They were all puzzled. Could it be that the pill refinement was completed in a few minutes? Shoo! Dongling Hao, who was refining pills at the side, turned pale. He had witnessed Li Lingtian refining pills with his own eyes. Moreover, he had been wasting his time with Li Lingtian. He did not expect the other party to finish refining pills earlier than him. What kind of person was this? Furthermore, he had actually succeeded. Based on the fragrance of the elixir, Dongling Hao was certain that Li Lingtian had succeeded in refining the elixir. He was deeply traumatized. He had looked down on her just now, but he did not expect her to completely ignore his existence. Soon, 3 minutes had passed. All the alchemists had left. Countless alchemists had disappointed expressions on their faces. They really couldn't succeed in refining pills in such a short time. Today's pill refinement competition ends here. The results will appear on the announcement board. The pill refiners who will continue to participate tomorrow will also appear on the announcement board. When the Eastern Tu Mutian saw that all the pill refiners had completed their competition, he announced loudly. The rest would depend on the 10 pill refiners and pill master Yun Yuan. These pills would be evaluated by 11 pill refiners. Li Lingtian returned to where Ji and the others were and led Ji and Qing Ling out of the plaza. The servants in the mansion stayed behind to see the results. Although the competition had ended, these pill refiners had to be judged in public. This way, it W7 would appear fair and just. Countless warriors looked at Li Lingtian with envy. The 2 peerless beauties beside him were alchemists. They witnessed the process of refining pills and were extremely impressed by Li Lingtian's alchemy skills. Li Lingtian did not return to the mansion. Instead, he brought Ji and Qing Ling along for a stroll on the streets. The girls did not feel tired even when they strolled along the streets. However, they didn't know that the square was already in chaos. 6,000 people competed in pill refinement, and more than 4,000 people competed. However, less than 1,000 people succeeded in pill refinement in half an hour. In other words, there were less than 1,000 people who could become alchemists. The judging process was also very fast. As long as the pill refinement was successful, the time frame, and the quality were good, the winner would be considered. They could also enter the next round of the competition. An alchemist judge exclaimed, and everyone looked over. Spirit alchemist Moon Yen was holding a pill in his hand. His face was filled with shock as if he had seen a ghost. His expression changed rapidly. Spirit alchemist Moon Yen, what's wrong? Spirit alchemist Lan He looked at Spirit alchemist Moon Yen and asked in confusion. As an alchemist, one's state of mind was the calmest and also the most patient. Moon Yen's appearance was a little off. The other spirit alchemists were all smiling because there were actually quite a number of people who had refined high-grade essence-cultivating pills in this competition. Although it was only a high-grade first-grade medicinal pill, this was enough to prove the improvement of alchemy. Moreover, high-grade medicinal pills did not mean that the longer one refined the medicinal pill, the better the quality of the medicinal pill. The quality of this medicinal pill was completely dependent on one's talent. Although quality was related to experience, it was not the main factor. With so many people refining high-grade pills this time, in another few decades or a few centuries, the Alchemist Guild might have many more spirit alchemists. Supreme grade essence cultivating pill. Spirit alchemist Moon Yen stuttered, his eyes unable to move away from the pill. Although this voice was not loud, many experts and alchemists on the high platform heard it. What is it? Let me take a look at the Peerless Essence Cultivating Pill. Pill Master Yun Yuan also became spirited and shouted at Pill Master Moon Yen in a commanding tone. His face revealed a curious and doubtful expression. Then, Alchemist Moon Yen handed over 10 pills to the other alchemists and the jade bottle to Alchemist Yun Yuan. Shoo! As expected of the legendary Peerless Medicinal Pill. A Peerless Essence Cultivating Pill. Such pure quality. This is the first time I've seen a legendary peerless pill. One didn't expect someone to actually refine a peerless pill. Is it from the Dongling clan? Looks like only the Dongling clan has such a pill. Dao genius. What? A peerless medicinal pill has appeared. That's impossible, right? Supreme grade medicinal pills are legendary existences. Even a saint alchemist can't refine them. Look at those alchemists. They definitely can't be fake. All the alchemists stood up with excited expressions on their faces. To alchemists, seeing a peerless pill was undoubtedly like seeing a peerless beauty. Following that, the martial artists in the square also discovered that something was wrong. They all knew that a peerless medicinal pill had appeared. Immediately, countless martial artists began to discuss. That's right. It's a peerless medicinal pill. A peerless origin cultivating pill. Grandmaster Yun Yuan said. As soon as his voice fell, there was a loud bang. All the warriors and experts were excited. They didn't expect that the legendary peerless pill would actually be refined. Flower Drop thanks all the readers for their support. I'm giving out red packets during the new year. Starting from February 2015, I'll give out red packets ranging from 100 to 500 yuan every night at 8 p.m. Group ID 315772906. 422751359. You have to join the group to get a red packet. Chapter 303. The Shocked Dongling How. They were all guessing who the pill refiner was. They all thought that it was a genius pill refiner from the Dongling clan. Could it be that Dongling Hao's pill concocting skills have improved? Dongling Mutian was also shocked. In the Azure continent, only the Dongling clan was strong in alchemy. Furthermore, Dongling Hao was one of the strongest in the competition. However, the next sentence from Pill Master Yun Yuanqing sent him straight to the 18th level of hell. The one who refined the supreme grade pill is the alchemist who only took 6 minutes, Li Lingtian. Pill Master Yun Yuan looked at the jade bottles and the information on them. On the jade bottles left behind by each pill master, there was a name and time. What? It's that alchemist who only used 6 minutes to refine a peerless medicinal pill. Damn, isn't this heaven-defying? A pill refined in 6 minutes is actually a peerless pill. What's going on? Refining peerless pills in 6 minutes. Could it be that he's also an alchemy saint? That's impossible. Even a saint alchemist can't refine a supreme-grade pill. The square was in an uproar. He had successfully refined the pill in 6 minutes, and the pill he had refined was a peerless existence. Countless martial artists began to search for that figure, but in the vast sea of people, where could they still see that figure? Where's Li Lingtian? All the warriors wanted to know where Li Lingtian had gone. They wanted to know about this amazing alchemist. How is that possible? Dongling Hao's face was completely pale. He had refined a high-grade medicinal pill, and it had only taken him 12 minutes. With this speed and quality, he could look down on everyone else. However, he did not expect that the young man he despised actually refined a peerless medicinal pill. He recalled the scene in the pill refining room. That young man had called him an idiot, and he was still angry. It turned out that in front of that young man, he had always been a clown. Today, the alchemy competition ends. We'll continue tomorrow. The Eastern Tu Mutian received the order from Pill Master Yun Yuan and announced the end of today's competition. All the cultivators gradually left, but there was only one person left in their hearts. It was the young man in the pill refining room, because this young man had refined the legendary peerless pill. Li Lingtian? The person the little princess knows seems to be Li Lingtian too. Could it be the same person? Lan Yufeng said coldly. As a representative of the Queen's palace, he had never expected to see a peerless pill in the competition. Moreover, he had heard of this name before. Moreover, he was the target of his extermination. Grand Commander, should we eliminate them secretly? The eldest princess has said that we should eliminate all the people on Shun Mei Er's side. A young guard looked at Lan Yupik and asked in a low voice. Although he was no longer outside, he was still worried that the walls had ears. Whether this Li Lingtian is the one mentioned by the eldest princess or not, we must kill him. It's better to kill 1,000 wrongly than to let one person go. You'll do this without leaving any traces. Lan Yufeng pondered for a moment, then nodded and said. After that, he made a killing gesture. The young man bowed and left when he saw Lan Yufeng. In the courtyard of an inn in Qinglan City, a few powerful warriors were sitting cross-legged with a thoughtful look on their faces. After an unknown period of time, the old man in the lead spoke. This Li Lingtian must be Prince Wind Spirit's brother. One never expected him to be able to refine a peerless grade pill. It seems like he's in trouble this time. The old man in the lead was Duanmu He, an inner elder of the Wind Moon Palace. He was also the representative of the Wind Moon Palace. Prince Wind Spirit never expected to meet such a brother on his first trip. He's really lucky. However, judging from the people from the Queen's Palace, Li Lingtian is in big trouble this time. Should we make a move? When the time comes, it can be considered a favor in front of the prince. Ling Yu said. She had witnessed Li Lingtian's alchemy skills. With such a powerful alchemist, she could seek his help in the future when she needed elixirs. No, this is an internal matter of the Queen's palace. If the House of Storms were to deal with Li Lingtian, it's not against the rules for us to take action. Moreover, Prince Windcheam is obsessed with martial arts, but the other princes might not let Prince Wind Spirit off. Therefore, we should try not to get involved. Duanmu He muttered to himself for a long time before coming to a decision. The Queen's palace had internal conflicts, and so did his Wind Moon Palace. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not know that he had become the center of attention. His refinement of a peerless grade pill had caused a sensation. He had no idea how sensational the peerless pills in Moonrise City were. But this time, it was refined in front of all the martial artists. This situation was even more shocking. Big brother, GE is a little hungry. Ji and Qing Ling strolled around for 3 hours with Li Lingtian trailing behind them. He looked exhausted. It was the most painful to go shopping with a girl. He would rather fight with a martial honor than go shopping like this. All right, let's find a place to eat something, but we have to go back after eating. One still have a competition tomorrow. Li Lingtian felt relieved. Fortunately, these two ladies were hungry or else he would have collapsed. Yes. The two little girls nodded at the same time. Naturally, they knew that Li Lingtian would not be stumped by such a small competition. He was just finding an excuse. Following that, Li Lingtian brought the two little girls to a restaurant that looked like it had a nice ambience. Young master, young miss, do you need to eat? A warrior shop assistant greeted Li Lingtian and the other two courteously when he saw them. Find me a private room. Li Lingtian said calmly before he walked into the restaurant with the waiter following behind him. All right, young master and young miss, please come to the second floor. The shop assistant was extremely happy. If he met a rich owner, he might be rewarded. As he spoke, he led Li Lingtian and the others to the second floor. The waiter led Li Lingtian and the other two to a private room by the window. The room was exquisitely decorated and spacious. One could enjoy the view while dining. Give me the best desserts and dishes. After Li Lingtian sat down, he instructed the waiter. He had not enjoyed himself like this for a long time. Since he was not lacking in spiritual stones, he naturally wanted to enjoy the dishes in this restaurant. Hurry up. After saying that, he threw a middle-grade spirit stone over and started talking to the two girls, ignoring the shop assistant. Young master, please wait a moment. The shop assistant bowed respectfully with a smile on his face. He did not expect that there would really be a reward. Moreover, it was a middle-grade spirit stone, which was equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. These spirit stones were enough for a few months of benefits. Young master, do you think my brothers have left Moonrise City? Qing Ling suddenly thought of Qing Yun. She followed young master and had young master's protection, but her brother had to take the risk alone. She was extremely worried. She understood that her brother wanted to serve the young master, and the young master lacked trustworthy people. Only her brother could do the job. They've left. They're here to gather information. They need to be quick. Qing Yun understands this. The first thing for those who gather information is to protect themselves. Without training, it's hard to grow. If anything happens, it's his fate. This world is cruel. Li Lingtian said seriously. He needed Ji and Qing Ling to understand the rules of this world. Ji was listening as well. He had been in the Ice Palace before and didn't even know the basic rules of life, but ever since his big brother appeared, he had saved him. He also taught her many rules of life, as well as things she didn't know before. It was all patiently taught by her big brother. Rather than saying that big brother was her senior brother, it was better to say that big brother was her parents. Everything that her parents could not do was taught patiently by big brother. Soon, the waiter brought 6 maids with him. Each maid carried 2 or 3 exquisite desserts and dishes. The two girls became excited when they saw the delicious dishes and desserts. After the maids and waiters left, they began to feast. Li Lingtian did not look like a lady at all as he joined in the sweep. Girls would only disregard their image in front of their acquaintances and relatives. The two little beauties were peerless and beautiful. They were perfect incarnations outside, but here, they were like little tigers. As Li Lingtian ate, he looked at the two little beauties and found it hilarious. Not only did the two little beauties not look ugly, but they also had a unique charm. After an hour, the 3 of them had finished all the dishes and snacks on the table. Ji and Qing Ling did not care about Li Lingtian's presence as they rubbed their bulging stomachs with their little hands. With a satisfied look on their faces, the 3 of them immediately laughed out loud. Feeling that he was holding on, Li Lingtian laid down and planned to rest for a while before going back. But just as he lay down, trouble came. He heard a commotion outside. Everyone, get out. Our young master will reserve this restaurant. Li Lingtian frowned when he heard a rude voice. No matter where he went, There were always these blind second-generation heirs. Let's go. Li Lingtian stood up. He did not want to cause any trouble since he had already eaten and did not need anyone to rush him. Qingling and Ji Yi stood up as well. Knowing that Li Lingtian did not want to cause trouble, they opened the door and prepared to leave with a satisfied expression. However, just as Li Lingtian was about to open the door, the wooden door was kicked open and a powerful impact slammed into Li Lingtian. Bang! With a loud explosion, the wooden door crashed into Li Lingtian and was smashed into dust by Li Lingtian's defense. Li Lingtian's face revealed a helpless expression, but he did not lose his temper. Instead, he pulled Ji Yi and the other two out. This time, he had to admit that he was unlucky. Damn it, he actually dared to block it. Looks like he's not convinced. A tall middle-aged man was enraged when he saw the wooden door shatter. He glared at Li Lingtian fiercely. Li Lingtian ignored her and was about to walk out. However, the middle-aged man's face was filled with rage as he was ignored. With a wave of his hand, a dozen warriors blocked the entrance and trapped Li Lingtian and the other two inside. Chapter 304, Dongling Jade 1. Li Lingtian took a few steps back, allowing Ji Yi and Qingling to retreat. The expression on his face was extremely calm, and his smile became even wider. He scanned the area with his divine sense. There were 6 rank 5 martial arts grandmasters, 3 rank 8 martial arts grandmasters, and the tall middle-aged man was a peak rank 9 martial arts grandmaster. Li Lingtian sneered in his heart when he saw the other party's cultivation base. He was speechless that someone with such cultivation base dared to act so arrogantly in Qinglan City. However, if he wanted to come over, only people with low cultivation would be so arrogant. If they were super experts, they wouldn't be like this. Al-san, hurry up and get over here. A roguish voice rang out, causing the tall middle-aged man and the others to look fearful as they glared at Li Lingtian. Young master, there's a good-for-nothing here who doesn't seem to be convinced. So this tall middle-aged man is called Al-san. Ji Yi and Qingling burst out laughing after hearing that. Is that so? Let me see who has such guts. The roguish voice rang out once again as he walked toward Li Lingtian. A young warrior appeared in Li Lingtian's line of sight. Rather than calling him a warrior, he was more like a ruffian. His face was itchy. His cultivation was not low. He had actually reached the level of a rank 9 martial arts grandmaster. He really did not know how such a person had cultivated to rank 9 martial arts grandmaster. Li Lingtian looked at the few people before him quietly as the smile on his face grew wider. Yo, one want these 2 girls. Get lost. When the ruffian youth saw Qingling and Ji Yi, his eyes were fixed on them, sizing them up. She clicked her tongue from time to time, and her face revealed a stunned expression. Get lost. Li Lingtian shouted coldly. His voice was like an icy thorn that jolted the few warriors awake with a hint of fear on their faces. If it were any other matter, he could still tolerate it for a while. However, he had actually targeted Ji Yi and Qingling. Not to mention a few martial arts grandmasters, he would even kill a martial emperor or a martial supreme. In this world, no one could touch his treasures and women. Do you know who this young master is? You actually dare to be so arrogant in front of this young master. The ruffian youth was not the least bit afraid when he saw Li Lingtian's rage. He had encountered similar situations many times and no one dared to act arrogantly after revealing their identity. 3 seconds. Get lost. Li Lingtian said coldly. Those who dared to threaten him in front of him were no longer around. At worst, he would just leave this place. I am the 7th young master of the Dongling clan, Dongling Yu. Do you know of the Dongling clan? The ruffian youth's eyes were fixed on Qingling, curiously looking at Ji Yi. Although he couldn't see Ji Yi's face, he was attracted by his peerless grace. Die! A murderous intent flashed across Li Lingtian's eyes. With a flip of his hand, he unleashed the sky-turning palm. After reaching the perfection of martial arts, the earth-ranked skill was executed smoothly without any hesitation. It was almost instantaneous. Rumble! With a muffled sound, Dongling Yu and his 9 subordinates did not have the slightest chance to resist as they were ruthlessly slapped down. A handprint skeleton appeared on the second floor. The 10 martial arts grandmasters had already been sent to the first floor. The customers in the restaurant were all chased away. Some of the waiters were stunned when they saw Dongling Yu and the others being beaten down. Dongling Yu, who had always been domineering, was actually taught a lesson by someone. How could they not be shocked? One Dongling Jade was nothing, as long as the Dongling family was strong. Furthermore, this Dongling Yu was the 7th young master of the Dongling clan. Although Dongling Yu was not ambitious in the Dongling clan, he was still a top-notch genius. "Young master, how are you?" When Asen woke up, his entire body seemed to have fallen apart. Before he could react to everything that had happened just now, a few of his martial arts grandmasters had actually been slapped down. Seeing Dongling Yu lying on the ground, they were instantly shocked. If Dongling Yu died, they would be finished. "Damn it, you actually dare to hit me, I'm going to cripple him." Dongling Yu stood up and revealed a cold expression. He had never suffered such a loss before. Even those martial monarchs in the past would be wary of the Dongling clan and give him face. "All right, this young master will let you fight. You can try." Li Lingtian walked down step by step with a smile on his face. He grabbed with one hand and tossed 10 medium spiritual stones to the shop assistant. He didn't stop and directly walked towards Dongling Jade. He was already lucky that he didn't kill him with a single palm strike. At that time, Li Lingtian wanted to kill these pieces of trash, but he remembered that he had to stay in Qinglan City. Otherwise, he would not have held back. You, what do you want to do?" When Dongling Yu saw Li Lingtian approaching, a chill ran down his spine. He felt a deep fear for the young man before him. She subconsciously retreated, her expression constantly changing. "Humph, trash." Li Lingtian dragged Ji and Qingling out without even sparing Dongling a glance. Soon, the 3 of them disappeared into the crowd, leaving Dongling Yu and the others in the restaurant. Li Lingtian and the other 2 quickly forgot about the little incident as they strolled toward their own mansion. When they returned to the mansion, the sky was already dark. Li Lingtian asked Qingling to prepare some hot water. After refining the elixir, he got used to cleaning his aura. The 2 of them fought in the pool. Li Lingtian looked at Qingling, who was sound asleep beside him. He was half lying on the bed as he thought of the super powerhouses on the platform today. An alchemist grand meeting actually attracted so many super powerhouses. It was really a little inconceivable. Moreover, even the saint alchemists and those supreme realm experts were here. From the discussions of those martial artists on the square, this alchemy grand meeting was countless times grander than before. In the past, only some martial emperors and a few martial honors participated. However, this time, there were more than 100 martial honors. Li Lingtian could not help but be suspicious of this lineup. No matter if there is a conspiracy, it has nothing to do with meal. Li Lingtian glanced at Qingling with a faint smile on his lips before he fell asleep quietly. The next day, when Li Lingtian and the others arrived at the plaza, it was already packed with people. Yesterday afternoon, the servants in the mansion had been paying attention to the name on the announcement board, which was the name of the second round of the competition. The servants in the mansion were excited when they saw Li Lingtian's name on the bulletin board. Sir Lingtian. Sir Lingtian. When he arrived at the plaza, many warriors greeted Li Lingtian when he passed by them. Li Lingtian was puzzled as well. It did not seem right that so many people knew him. "Young master, you refined a peerless pill yesterday afternoon. Countless people have already recognized you." One of the servants stepped forward and spoke softly when he saw Li Lingtian's expression. His tone was filled with admiration and respect. This was a peerless grade pill after all. When Li Lingtian arrived, some of the warriors on the platform could not help but glance at him. The second round of the competition has begun. There are a total of 830 people participating in the competition today. In the first round of the competition, 98 people have refined a high-grade Peiyuan pill, and one person has refined a legendary peerless pill. One hope that you will continue to work hard and bring glory to the Tao of alchemy. The second round will be a Tier 2 spirit binding pill. The duration will be 1 hour. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the Eastern Tu Mu Tian announced loudly. The pill refiners who were participating in the competition also gathered in a place, preparing to compete. More than 800 people. This time, the same 500 people would compete once. More than 800 people would only need to compete twice to complete the competition. Li Lingtian was not at the front either. Instead, he was in the second round. Seeing that Li Lingtian did not enter, Dongling Hao stayed behind as well. He wanted to see how Li Lingtian managed to refine a supreme-grade pill. Not only Dongling Hao, but countless other alchemists had also stayed behind. It was not easy to gain any experience in alchemy. Li Lingtian must have some secret to be able to refine a supreme-grade pill. Encountering such a figure who could refine peerless-grade medicinal pills, he naturally would not miss the opportunity. Li Lingtian sat cross-legged and ignored the alchemists. He realized that these alchemists were all at least martial arts grandmasters. The time spent meditating and cultivating was very fast. After an hour, the first 500 people had already finished refining pills. Most of the pill refiners had regretful expressions on their faces. Only a small number of pill refiners had smiles on their faces. I hope that you will still have such good luck to refine a peerless medicinal pill. Dongling Hao walked past Li Lingtian with a look of disdain on his face. He had been under Li Lingtian's shadow for the entire night and could only treat the pill as luck. Otherwise, no one in the Azure continent had ever concocted a peerless pill in the past tens of thousands of years. Even a saint alchemist had never concocted a peerless pill. No matter how powerful this young man's alchemy skills were, he would never be able to concoct a peerless pill. The only thing he could do was to be a little lucky. With this temperament, you don't have the qualifications to be a qualified alchemist. Li Lingtian smiled as he replied indifferently. His words shocked countless alchemists. With this temperament, you don't have the qualifications to be a qualified alchemist. This simple sentence shocked all the pill refiners. Indeed, but the state of mind was very important. If he was so frivolous, how could he become an outstanding pill refiner? The alchemists who heard Li Lingtian's words were filled with admiration. Regardless of how the young man refined the peerless grade pill, his temperament was enough to earn respect. Li Lingtian turned around and walked into the alchemy room. It was still the same spot as yesterday, but it was crowded in his place today. Many alchemists looked at Li Lingtian, waiting for him to make his move. However, to the astonishment of all the alchemists, Li Lingtian did not show any signs of attacking. Could it be that he wanted to shorten the time? This thought appeared in everyone's hearts. Refining a grade 2 medicinal pill in an hour was neither too much nor too little. However, for some pill refiners, this was not the time to waste. They all began to prepare to refine pills. Only a few alchemists were looking at Li Lingtian to see how long he would have to wait. Chapter 305. The Saint Alchemist's Attitude. Could it be that he wants to shorten the time? It's been 10 minutes. The few spirit alchemists on the platform were surprised to see that Li Lingtian was not prepared to refine pills. After all, this young man was only 18 years old. At 18 years old, he was already a martial arts grandmaster. Such a young man was definitely a top-notch super genius. Those super geniuses might not even be able to obtain the martial arts grandmaster rank in 10 years, let alone this young man who was distracted by alchemy. The cultivation time was reduced. If this young man was an alchemy grandmaster, they would still dare to believe that he could shorten the time. After all, there had never been an alchemy grandmaster at the age of 18. In the place where the pill was concocted, there were crystals that were specially used to test the cultivation and age of the pill refiner. This information had to be tabulated. Looks like you're very confident. I hope that the young man will be calm and not rash. Let's see how much time he can take to refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill this time. There shouldn't be any other peerless products, right? Refining a high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill is already very powerful. Countless warriors were in a heated discussion. The appearance of a peerless pill had made countless warriors recognize Li Lingtian and made him the center of attention. However, to the disappointment of countless warriors, Li Lingtian did not wait long before he started refining pills. Li Lingtian opened his eyes and released his divine consciousness. The heaven and earth creation cauldron appeared in his hand. A blazing flame appeared, and the cauldron floated in the air, warming it. One after another, he performed the cauldron-warming magic arts. His technique was still so familiar that it dazzled people. Countless alchemists relaxed their astonished expressions when they saw Li Lingtian start refining pills. Li Lingtian began refining pills 10 minutes later. It seemed that he was pressed for time. This lowered Li Lingtian's status in their hearts by quite a bit. Hence, they began to refine without looking at Li Lingtian. However, countless warriors were surprised to see Li Lingtian using his own flames instead of the geocentric flame. Warming the cauldron, selecting the herbs, placing the herbs, all the procedures were extremely familiar. However, the spirit alchemists and powerhouses on the platform were shocked by the speed at which Li Lingtian placed the medicinal ingredients and the various techniques he used. With such speed, it would not take long for the pills to be refined. Pill completed. Collect the pills. The cauldron opened and a stream of light shot out. Li Lingtian extended his hand and a jade bottle appeared. The light entered the jade bottle. Warming the cauldron, selecting the medicinal herbs, and placing them in. Pill completed. Collect the pills. Pill completed. Collect the pills. All the martial artists, all the alchemists, and the experts and spirit alchemists on the high platform were already numb. Unexpectedly, Li Lingtian had refined 4 cauldrons of elixirs consecutively after resting for 10 minutes in the first hour. With this speed, he only used 120% of each cauldron. After the 4th cauldron was refined, he put away the cauldron and handed a bottle of pills to the alchemist at the door. Then, he turned around and left. After an unknown amount of time, all the alchemists and ancient martial art practitioners finally came to their senses. This young man had actually refined several times more pills than others in the same amount of time. Moreover, his concentration and confidence when refining pills, as well as his technique that was as smooth as flowing water, conquered all the martial artists and alchemists. Was this still alchemy? This was clearly mass production. Countless martial artists had the same thought in their hearts. This was not alchemy at all, but mass production. By the time Li Lingtian returned to Ji and Qingling's side, the alchemy session was finally over. All the alchemists looked at Li Lingtian numbly. It was torture to refine pills with this esteemed alchemist. He could concoct pills as if no one else was around, but the other pill refiners could not help but watch. This time around, hundreds of alchemists failed due to Li Lingtian's influence. The second round of the competition has ended. The results are displayed on the announcement board. The third round of the competition will begin tomorrow. After all the pill refiners came out, the Eastern Tu Mutian announced loudly. However, after this announcement, not a single martial artist left. On the contrary, they were waiting for something even more expectantly. Li Lingtian was also dragged by Qingling to stay behind and wait for the results to be announced. I don't believe that he can refine a peerless pill. Looking at his speed, even if it's not a peerless pill, as long as he can refine an ordinary pill, it'll be heaven-defying. Who can refine 4 cauldrons of pills in an hour without stopping? Actually, he doesn't just refine 4 cauldrons an hour, but 5 cauldrons. Because he didn't refine pills in the first 10 minutes, he came out in the next 2 minutes. In the first 10 minutes, he was just playing with other butts. I see. Refining 5 cauldrons of medicinal pills in an hour. This is really heaven-defying. The plaza was abuzz with discussions. The countless warriors around Li Lingtian automatically gave way. All the experts were waiting for the judges. In fact, even a high-grade second-grade medicinal pill and a peerless medicinal pill were useless to a martial emperor or a martial supreme. However, this peerless medicinal pill represented a legend. The judges were quick as they were eager to see if Li Lingtian's pills were successful or not. After all, Li Lingtian's refining speed was too fast. Time passed by second. Countless martial artists watched as the 11 spirit alchemists continuously evaluated the pills. They waited until their hearts were burning with anger, but they did not dare to say it out loud. Finally, all the warriors saw the change in the expression on the face of a spirit alchemist. At that moment, everyone held their breath as they waited for the alchemists to be shocked. They could also find out if the pill was refined by Li Lingtian, and they were even more curious to know if the pill was successfully refined. Li Lingtian's pills. The spirit alchemist, who had a change in expression, calmed himself down and spoke. Instantly, all the warriors' hearts skipped a beat. It was really Li Lingtian who had refined the elixir. Next, the 11 pill refiners evaluated the pills in the jade bottle. There were a total of 83 pills. A peerless medicinal pill. Supreme grade spirit binding pill. A peerless quality second grade spirit binding pill. A few spirit alchemists exclaimed. They were already shocked to see a first-grade pill being refined into a peerless grade. They didn't expect a second-grade pill to also be of peerless quality. What did this mean? This young man's alchemy skills had already surpassed that of a Tier 3 alchemy grandmaster. This was because even a Tier 3 alchemy grandmaster was unable to refine a peerless medicinal pill. Let alone an alchemy grandmaster. Even a saint alchemy master was unable to do so. This symbol represented a miracle of alchemy. That's right. A second-grade spirit binding pill. A peerless medicinal pill. 83 pills. It's a miracle. Grandmaster Yun Yuan sighed helplessly. He was a saint alchemist, and his several hundred years of alchemy Dao had actually been dealt a blow in front of a young man's pills. 83 pills per cauldron. All of them are peerless. This is too heaven-defying. Doesn't this mean that he refined over 300 peerless thawing spirit pills within an hour? This is too terrifying. Even a saint alchemist wouldn't be able to refine 83 pills. Tens of thousands of martial artists and hundreds of martial honors and martial emperors on the high platform were shocked at this moment. Although many experts didn't know about alchemy, they had never seen a peerless pill in the history of the divine martial continent. They knew how precious pills were, and the status of alchemists was extraordinary. Sir Lingtian, please move. One would like to know the quality of the other 3 bottles of pills. At that moment, Alchemy Saint Yun Yuan shouted in Li Lingtian's direction, which surprised all the warriors. They wondered what the alchemy saint was planning. A young man who could be addressed as Your Excellency by a pill saint master. What did this mean? It meant that even a pill saint master had taken a fancy to this young man's identity. Li Lingtian shook his head and strolled toward the platform. Greetings, Alchemy Saint. Li Lingtian had a confident expression on his face. His expression was neither respectful nor humble when he faced Alchemy Saint Yun Yuan. He merely showed his due respect and showed no fear. Not bad, not bad. Can I take a look at the other 3 cauldrons of pills you just refined? Apothecary Yun Yuan was extremely satisfied with Li Lingtian's performance. After saying not bad one twice, she finally asked Li Lingtian in a pleading tone. This situation stunned countless powerhouses. This was the high and mighty saint alchemist. Even in front of a martial emperor, he was high and mighty. However, they did not expect him to be so approachable in front of a young man without putting on any airs. Of course. Li Lingtian was even more ruthless. He uttered these 2 words with a carefree expression. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he took out the pill that he had just refined. He handed the 3 jade bottles to Grandmaster Yun Yuan and walked down the stage without stopping. That's right. The quality of the 4 cauldrons of pills is exactly the same. They are all peerless pills. Yun Yuanxing carefully checked the pills in the 3 jade bottles and remembered the number. Then, he handed the 3 jade bottles to the other spirit alchemists. The other spirit alchemists also checked again. The pills were still warm and had just been refined. 4 cauldrons of pills, a total of 331 pills. They are all of the best quality. Tianmu of the Eastern Tomb announced loudly. His heart was filled with shock, and a killing intent rose in his heart. If he wasn't used by the Dongling clan, he would be wiped out. On the high platform and in the middle of the square, all the experts, martial artists, and alchemists were once again shocked. What kind of people were these? Refining so many medicinal pills in an hour, and the quality was all peerless. Could it be that they were born to create shock? These pills are for you. Li Lingtian led Ji and Qing Ling out of the plaza slowly. He ignored the shock and excitement in the plaza as he spoke indifferently. Instantly, all the martial artists were once again speechless and shocked. A peerless medicinal pill was given to someone just like that. A few hundred of them, and he did not even blink. Instantly, all the martial artists revealed looks of anticipation. If they obtained a peerless medicinal pill, they could treat it as a souvenir. If the disciple of a martial warrior or martial spirit had such a pill, his cultivation would improve greatly. Li Lingtian left the plaza in shock and headed to his mansion with the two little beauties. Isn't it just a peerless grade thawing spirit pill? Li Lingtian muttered to himself. If this peerless spirit binding pill was so shocking, he would not dare to refine the peerless violet jade pill in the future. The two little beauties did not feel anything. In their eyes, there was nothing that could stump Li Lingtian. The masterpieces that appeared in Li Lingtian's hands were all natural. At that moment, Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as a dangerous omen appeared. The omen was fleeting and he almost ignored it. He was stunned as he did not know what danger was waiting for him. Chapter 306. Assassination. Sensing the danger lurking in his heart, Li Lingtian was on high alert. With a calm expression on his face, he led Qing Ling and Ji toward the mansion. He circulated his true essence to the limit. As long as there was danger, he would send out a fatal blow and kill the other party. Ji, come, this is for you. You cling to me every day. One really want to throw it away. Li Lingtian tossed Little White over and sent his consciousness into Little White's awareness. In fact, he did not need to tell Little White that it was in danger. Big brother, Xiao Bai is so obedient. If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Ji looked at Little White in his arms. Its ruby-like eyes were extremely charming. You go first for a few days. This guy only knows how to eat, drink, and sleep. Qing Ling, this is for you. Li Lingtian called out the silver-winged flying dragon as well. However, the silver-winged flying dragon was only a small one. Although it was bigger than Little White, it looked like a small pet. Thank you, young master. Qing Ling was stunned. After following Li Lingtian for so long, she naturally knew the young master's personality. Something must have happened or he would not have brought out the silver-winged flying dragon. Li Lingtian was extremely pleased with a smile on his face that did not show on his face. It's still early. Why don't we go outside and take a walk before coming back? Li Lingtian smiled. The two little beauties were more excited than anyone else when it came to playing. He was not worried that they would not agree to it. As expected, both of them were elated when they heard that Li Lingtian was going to play. Naturally, he could not bring these dangers into his residence. It was better to resolve them outside. Soon, the three of them arrived at a park. At this time, the sky had darkened and no one came here to play. At that moment, a destructive pressure came crashing down from the sky. It was so terrifying that even Li Lingtian, a Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster, felt his heart palpitate. A young man appeared in his divine sense. After the destructive pressure, a pillar of death bombarded down. Sword howl, heaven and earth. A cruel smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the cosmic sword appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the cosmic sword drew a sword beam that tore through space and clashed with a light beam in the sky. Ha! The young man didn't expect the other party to react so quickly. This reaction clearly showed that the other party had already known of his existence and was just playing along. Crash! The beam of light and the sword radiance cancelled each other out. Li Lingtian extended his hands and unleashed Ice Fire 9 Heavens. Under the circumstances where he was on guard, he caught the other party off guard. Ice Fire 9 Heavens. Extinction. Li Lingtian shot a disdainful glance at the young man in the air. The young man's heart sank as he realized that he was really there. He did not expect his sneak attack to be negated by the opponent. A moment of miscalculation had caused him to lose the initiative. Sensing the aura of extermination in the air, his heart trembled. Such a terrifying attack was not something that a martial arts grandmaster could unleash. Heaven-grade divine ability. Light shadow cross kills. The young man cried out in horror. His heart sank when he realized that Li Lingtian was using a heaven-grade superpower. He then cast the forbidden spell of a martial honor. Even if he used a forbidden technique, he did not feel the slightest sense of security. This was because the power of a heaven-grade divine power was simply unimaginable. His supreme realm taboo did not dare to compete with a heaven-grade divine power. Boom! In an instant, their attacks collided with a loud explosion and a shocking force soared into the sky. In a flash, Li Lingtian disappeared. There was no longer any aura in the space, as if Li Lingtian had never appeared. Qing Ling and Ji Yi watched from afar. Their faces were calm, without any nervousness or worry. This scene stunned the young man in the air. He reached out to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was deathly pale as his divine perception searched around, but he could not find any trace of Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian's destructive attack was so powerful that even he was injured. Fortunately, he had cast a forbidden defense spell at the end, or he would have been killed in one hit. At this moment, he no longer dared to underestimate Li Lingtian. Instead, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. If he attacked head-on, he would also be injured. If he attacked secretly, he would not be confident in catching it. Die! At that moment, Li Lingtian's voice came from the east as an attack came crashing down. The young man was shocked. He launched an attack from all over his body, but his expression changed drastically. This was because a cold aura had appeared behind him. The moment this aura appeared, his entire body was frozen. It was as if his entire body was burning. However, he did not feel the burning sensation. Instead, a burning sensation appeared in his body. Moreover, the attack that he had unleashed had easily dispersed the opponent's attack. No matter how stupid he was, he would understand that the previous attack was only a trap. The real attack was behind him, but he did not expect the other party to be so fast. He crossed the space without making a sound. Crash! Li Lingtian's figure appeared and he returned to Ji Yi's side. The young man fell to the ground. His face was filled with fear and pain. Because his entire body was burning with a bluish-purple flame, and this flame was burning from the inside out. Ice flame! A terrified voice came from the young man. The ice frost flame was naturally known by martial honors. It was the natural enemy of a martial-honored realm expert. It could completely destroy a martial-honored realm expert's vital essence, blood essence, and meridians. Speak, who sent you here? Li Lingtian stared coldly at the young man. The ball of frost flame in his hand was constantly changing its shape. The smile on his face grew wider as he walked toward the young man. Since they came to assassinate him, he must know the person behind the scenes. It was just that he did not know who he had offended to actually come to assassinate him. You don't dare to kill me. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. The young man spoke in a cold voice. His entire body's vital energy and blood essence had been completely incinerated, but he was worried that Li Lingtian would use some strange means. If that happened, he would be in a state worse than death. One won't kill you for now. You are still useful. There is no one in this world that I don't dare to kill. I have the divine soul. Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness and a blood-red three-petaled lotus appeared between his brows. A destructive divine consciousness blasted out and destroyed the young man's divine consciousness. The power of devouring was unleashed. In the blink of an eye, the young man's face revealed a painful expression. In the end, his eyes turned ashen. The icy frost flames left the young man as well. The young man's entire body turned into dust and was completely devoured by the icy frost flames. The Queen's Palace's eldest princess. Li Lingtian muttered to himself with a grave expression on his face. A figure appeared in his mind and he wondered how she was doing. He did not expect that the person who had tried to assassinate him would be someone from the Queen's Palace. Moreover, it was the eldest princess. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Ge noticed Li Lingtian's expression. It was the first time he had seen his big brother so serious. He wondered what trouble he had encountered. Qingling was also looking at Li Lingtian curiously. She wanted to know what trouble the young master was in. "Let's talk when we get back." Li Lingtian was in a bad mood. Shen Mei's departure was due to his lack of strength. Otherwise, he would have been able to protect his woman. As for Tang Ziming, if he was truly powerful, he would not have to worry about that god's wrath. Tang Qingyue wouldn't have been taken away by the Azure Continent's experts, and Maple Leaf Manor wouldn't have been destroyed. All of this was because of strength. Without strength, there was only death in this world. Ge and Qingling did not speak anymore. They obediently followed Li Lingtian to the mansion. After returning to the mansion, Li Lingtian explained his background, including Yun Yaoyao, Tang Ziming, Tang Qingyue, and Shen Mei. The two girls were shocked. They did not expect Li Lingtian's life to be filled with ups and downs that no one dared to imagine. It was no wonder that Li Lingtian possessed such heaven-defying strength. He had risked his life to obtain all of these. On the other hand, they did not feel jealous of the girls around Li Lingtian. Instead, they felt sorry for him. In the world of the divine martial continent, the strong reigned supreme. It was common for powerful warriors to have multiple wives and concubines. There was no woman who would not fall for a heaven-defying talent like Li Lingtian. In the middle of the night, Li Lingtian felt a chill as he watched the two girls snuggle up to him. He called Ge back to sleep. Li Lingtian returned to his room alone. Qingling did not follow him as she knew that her young master needed to calm down. In his room, Li Lingtian cultivated for the whole night. He had already decided that he would cultivate seriously after the alchemist meet to improve his cultivation base so that he could go to Dishi family. The Dishi family was powerful, but they couldn't be compared with the Queen's Palace. With his current power, he could only take a risk in the Dishi family. He wanted to go to the Queen's Palace as well, but not now. The night passed by quietly. On the second day, Li Lingtian had a faint smile on his face. Things would come as they should. There was no point in worrying about it. The only thing he could do was to improve himself and face all the challenges. After breakfast, Li Lingtian brought Qingling and Ge to the plaza at a moderate pace. On this day, however, countless warriors and alchemists greeted Li Lingtian politely with smiles on their faces. Even some martial emperors nodded in greeting. Now he was a figure that everyone knew. Although he had only refined a second-grade medicinal pill, it was a legendary miracle that he had refined a peerless medicinal pill. Li Lingtian arrived at the plaza and sat in his usual spot as he waited for the competition to begin. Today is the third round of the competition. The number of participants is 420. Yesterday, 46 people refined a high-grade medicinal pill, and one person refined a peerless medicinal pill. The medicinal pill that we are going to compete with today is also an ordinary void spirit pill, a tier 3 void spirit pill. Dongling Mutian announced loudly with a faint smile on his face, as if he had seen the future of alchemy. Li Lingtian looked at the representative from the Queen's Palace on the high platform. His face was expressionless. It seemed like he was still upset about his subordinate's death yesterday. The competition begins now. Mutian of the Eastern Tomb said indifferently. Countless pill refiners walked into the pill refining room. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.